Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of the new State Mobile Mashup Grand Final. Yesterday, we saw a mix of results with some expected finishes and some surprises. They call themselves 4 free points, but they continually prove that they're actually 4 of the top players in all of New State Mobile. Leading the charge in Group A, the undisputed Group of Death. They looked more confident and defiant than ever in their quest for first place.
I know y'all want to see us losing, but you know we're still up here. We're still up here. So y'all gotta try to take us down, man. That's all I gotta say.
And a big surprise in Group A action was Team Sanity, who finished day 1 in 2nd place. Wynn will look to keep his team focused today as they chase their berth in the top 8. Moving into Group B, it was all about Latin America, as 7 Nations Army and the team they call Americas top the leaderboard. These 2 teams are neck and neck in the top of the standings, but the rest of the group is still within striking distance. It's a pivotal day in our competition, because after today, we will have our top 8 teams for the grand final. But until then, it's still anybody's chance to win, so let's drop in. This is the New State Mobile Mashup. Live from Burbank, California, we are coming to you with day 2 of the New State Mobile Mashup Grand Final. We've got the culmination of our group stages today. I've got Guy Blaze and I got Cammy D on the desk. Couldn't be luckier.
Yeah, well, we are happy to be here once again for day number 2. As we saw on day number 1, a lot of our competitors, they got the jitters out their systems, and we got some awesome matchups. But I think today is gonna deliver, and I hope we get to see some more snipes as well. Okay.
Yeah,
get those. Put in your snipe request.
Yes, I did. I just want to make sure we double down on that one.
Yeah, get those bolt actions working. Yeah, no, but I agree. We saw a lot of great games yesterday. Some good performances, some that maybe were a little unexpected, and what will be interesting is seeing how these teams approach the prep from last night, watching over the VODs, maybe changing their approach, or for some of these teams just going full steam ahead and perhaps getting even better games going on today.
Well, let's talk about the schedule for today, when you can catch which games from which group. Yesterday, we covered 3 matches from Group A, then we dove into Group B for another 3 matches. Cam, what are we doing today?
We are finishing the groups. We got 3 more matches apiece for the full 6-game series, and then at that point we will know the 8 teams going on to the round of 8, the final round of 8, the final of the finals on Sunday, where it's going to be another 6 matches there. It's going to be an exciting time. It's been an exciting time.
Yes.
It's just going to continue to be an exciting time.
Well, great point, Cam. It has been an exciting time all day yesterday. We had a wonderful round of competition from our teams in this tournament, and we started things off with Group A. So, Blaze, what did you see there that impressed you?
Man, so we call Group A the Group of Death here, but 4 free points made it the freest bit of elo they could have ever gotten, you know, because the thing is that they're leading the group here by 20 points, and they had, honestly, the most fearsome lineup of teams in which we saw. The 4 lethal players of that group were all on 4 points, all right? They had the most damage in the tournament, and when it came down to the most kills as well, well, they had 4 players in the top 5, but that 5th player, the player in first, was Sam from Wynnsanity, Cam.
Yeah, Team Sanity with another great performance. This is one that we didn't know exactly what to expect from them. Good players, good performances in the qualifiers when they played on their side roster, their side hustle. But here, it was all unknown, and they really delivered. It wasn't as bright, it wasn't as shiny as 4 free points.
Yeah.
There is still that 20-point gap that you mentioned. But either way, I'm excited to see them continue to perform.
Absolutely. 20% of lobby elims for Team Wynnsanity. They're 1 in 5 kills going to these guys. And we talked about it before, but MVP, highest frag of the tournament, takes home an extra $5,000 no matter what team they're on.
No matter what team they're on. And so Sam is leading that with 10 kills. And the next players behind him is going to end up being Sleep and Jason. They are also terrorizing that lobby. So we'll see how they catch up throughout the day. But there's your standings for Group A. Strangers, BD, they're on the cusp. But as you guys can see at home, this is a close group, okay? For those bottom 6, those 6 teams below, I think those placings can get shifted up any which way.
Absolutely. I'm taking a look at some of your, well, you know what? We'll get into your predictions later on. Let's take a look at Group B. These played out yesterday as well. A little bit more of an even heads up in this group.
Yeah, it really was. When it came down to Group B, it was a more evenly matched in Group A, and we heard Noah talk about how they actually had the group of death, and he may be right when you see these standings at the end of these highlights, because 7 Nation Army, we're looking at their reel, and they were a squad, Cam, who came out of nowhere when we wasn't expecting them, having a big last game when we had a team like America's who was so consistent. Yeah,
America's, this was the team that, I know Dave shouted them out as his team to watch. They definitely performed here. 7 Nation Army at the end, though, as you mentioned, with a really good upswing in performance. The question that we have to ask, though, will that maintain? Because their first 2 games, a little more shoddy. We've only seen 3. Okay, one thing we have to mention, it's only been 3 rounds so far. The sample size is pretty low. We're going to have a better sense of it at the end of today once we see who is actually qualified. That's why it's going to be so exciting, because it's still a little bit of a mystery for some of these squads.
It truly is a mystery. You look at these standings, just so you don't have a big powerhouse like 4 free points who has 54 points, right? It's a little bit, it's more even. You know, first and second place divided by 1 point. You take a look from 3rd to 6th. You know, they're in that 20-point margin. All of these placements can get shifted up. Today is going to be absolutely insane, figuring out what 8 teams are going to our grand finals.
Oh, the elims start today, and it's a little bit scary to think that we're going to be losing some teams. But why don't we actually reflect back on what it took to get here? We saw some sick plays in the highlights, but there were plenty of sick plays throughout the season, and we've got the players sitting down, giving us their thoughts on some of those best ones.
So my name is Leonardo, but short it's Leo for short.
Mi nombre es Alan Rodríguez.
My name is Stephen Von Chang. My hometown is Frederick, Maryland.
Soy de Costa Rica. Vivo en Paso Canoas.
And my gamer tag is TMGN Noodles.
Angry Boy.
Kairos. In this clip right here, it didn't have to end up, you know, a 1v4. Me, myself, the other 2 of my teammate kind of messed up. I'm pushing this mall area because, you know, it's not our drop. And as you can see in this clip, he, you know, basically 1v4, almost 1v3.
Okay, en esta jugada, Hockey y yo, como los 2 IGLs del equipo, teníamos que buscar zona o cómo entrar a la play zone como de lugar. Entonces decidimos ir a la montaña, 2 y 2 en carros, para que uno de nuestros compañeros estaría disparando.
In this clip, we actually landed and jumped early, and we had a really, really big rotation to make. When we saw the zone having the small island in play, we made a rotation into the blue zone to come in back door.
The one thing that I remember from this is after we rotated out of the mall, I had an M249, right? But I was in the car, like, just healing because I was low. And right when I got out of the car, that M249 took like a good 10 seconds for me to reload. And there was another team on top of me, so I was just looking at them, looking at me.
Nos salió bien la jugada. Fue sorprendente porque pasó todo muy rápido. Es que pasa como entre 5 segundos y ya no está el equipo enemigo porque fue todo muy espontáneo.
We're watching the kill feed to see S&E players go down, and once we saw that, we crashed the compound. Loso landed a couple really good nades to take out one of the players, and we were in a 2-story, 3-story fight at stairs for the longest time.
You'd love to see it. New State Mobile Mashup. New State is just hitting. This is the first major tournament we've had for this game. Love to see all the effort, the thought, the work that these teams are putting into this.
Yeah, it really is great. You know, you look at the players' perspective of what they go through those plays and what's going on in their head. I love content like that, okay? Because that's how we get better at the game. And, you know, they always got some little tidbits in there to help us all get better.
That's true. Cam, anything you noticed in there strategy-wise impressed you?
Be careful picking up an M249 because it takes a long time to reload. There are a lot of bullets, but that can, you can get lost in the sauce. You can just hold down that trigger and then, oh, I got to reload, and I'm being surrounded. Oh, boy. You got to always your eyes on the prize, eyes on the clock.
Hey, you got to put in the time. You got to learn the game, and that is exactly what our players have done here to get to the grand final. But with that in mind, you've seen them play in the group stage yesterday. You've seen them play in the tournament leading up to it. You've heard some of their thoughts on the game. Blaze, it is time. We got your predictions before. Defend them, discuss them. Tell me about them now.
Yeah, all right. So we were all learning the game here, but yesterday there were 8 teams that I feel like stood out amongst the most. Let's talk about the top 4, all right? The top 2 from each groups. 4 free points. You got Wynnsanity, Americas, as well as Violent by Nature. Those 4 teams, I think they speak for themselves on the skill in which they have there. So now when I come down to my other 4 teams who I'm looking to make it, Boohoo's Gaming, Strangers BD, we got Instinct, as well as Burn and Silence. These 4 teams right here, I think need to, stay consistent, step it up throughout the day. Strangers BD, they're on the cusp in Group A, that group of death, and they're gonna have to step it up just a little bit more because yesterday they were around that mid-pack, that's why they're there, but today it's gonna be a little bit scary for them if they cannot pick it up.
Yeah, I'm sharing the top 4 teams with you that you mentioned, but the bottom 4, the ones in that cusp, there's a little difference. I'm also sharing Burn and Silence, but for me, it's Pure Love and the Panthers from Group A. We saw them in the qualifiers. They performed way too good there for what we saw yesterday to be their baseline form. I expect them to step it up. Hopefully the math works out in their favor, though, in terms of overall points. And from Group B, I'm actually looking at team from Noah. They're on the cusp right now in a weird position, but ultimately, even if their rotations, even if their sort of approach to the game on the macro level isn't the cleanest, they have such good fraggers on their team that I expect them to be able to break through what would otherwise have been deadly situations.
And also, I will say, Seven Nations Army wasn't in any of our top 8, but I think me and Cam, after seeing that last game that they had, would put them more in the upper echelon of our play.
You're
changing
your prediction.
I would. I 100% will, okay?
I gotta say, we're gonna keep an eye on these predictions, but we're gonna give it over to the casters, start this game, and we'll check in with you soon. Godspeed, Mustache Dave, you ready to go? Love it.
Thank you so much. Again, what a fabulous desk we have. Thank you to Rachel, Guy, and Cam. But it is time for day 2. We're about to close out groups today. And we're starting with Group A, the group of death. It's definitely, I will say, been the more exciting group so far, at least for yesterday.
The group of 4 free points just dominating. On top of everybody, I believe they average around 18 points per game. This team is just slaying here. And this is a team, we talked about it all yesterday, this team thrives.
They do thrive.
On momentum.
Yes.
On momentum. So 3 more games here today. Godspeed. I don't see anything stopping this
Speaking of momentum, let's just hop right into it. Let's get into game 1 of Group A. All right, as I said, we are getting into the very first game. Well, technically, this is the 4th game if you really want to go that route, but this is the 4th game, first game of the day for Group A. We are going to finish this off and figure out who is going to be the first 4 teams out of our group here to make it to the grand finals, and then later we'll check in with Group B. But kind of touching on what the desk was talking about, I agree 100% that Pure Love and Strangers BD, although Strangers BD showed us some really cool stuff, they didn't really get as many points as we thought, and Pure Love for a team, that I was even talking about at the top of the show yesterday, kind of lackluster, Dave.
Yeah, today's the day though. Pure Love, 5th place, right? They're only 1 point behind Strangers BD, so that's not a lot, but with all these teams beneath them who are gonna be just grinding today in these 3 matches to qualify, those teams on the cusp, Godspeed, I'm gonna have to look out for them because they might be getting hunted on here, because I had a chance to speak with Crown from Vengeance. Now, they're not playing here today, but they gave me their insights as a pro player in the competitive scene of New State. And they said usually teams that did bad on day number 1, day number 2, they look to crank up that aggression. To make up for those lost points with the elim points here. So that's got me a little concerned for those mid-pack teams.
Especially if the aggression wasn't really their strong suit, right? I think the big one was Boohoo's Gaming, especially in that first game where we talked about the opportunity for them to push and kill Team Sanity when they weren't able to do that. Are they going to be able to do that today? Are they going to have kind of that confidence to be like, look, we maybe didn't have the best day one. Do we come in day 2 and really start to go ham, especially on the aggression on some of these teams and some of the pushes that may not be as advantageous but need to happen?
Well, talking about, you know, the point that we're making here, we got the Panthers trying to defend Vermont up against STX. And STX, Syntax, they are in 7th place as of right now. So they're one of those teams that need to kind of crank up that aggression and make up for lost time from yesterday's matches.
Well, that's the thing. With Syntax, I feel like we saw maybe a little too much aggression from them, right? We saw the multiple crashes on top of the fact that they just went out early in 2 of the 3 games. And so, although I love their aggression, I think it needs to be a little more calculated, especially with their crashes in the vehicles, because they do tend to kind of just send it in vehicles, especially when the circle doesn't favor them.
Yeah, and to add on to your point with Syntax, I think just rely on the fundamentals that got him here, right?
Yes.
And when I'm talking about the fundamentals, I'm talking they were one of the teams looking at the opens that I was most impressed with their ability to utilize the drone store, the drone credits. We really didn't see too much from them yesterday, i.e. I'm talking drone scouts, I'm talking deployable shields, and of course, that's a factor because, you know, they got annihilated on almost all their rotations here.
Yeah.
So we really didn't get to see them in that late game. But hopefully they could just rely on those fundamentals that got them here today.
And that, and that could have been a symptom of, again, the lobby, I think, is just what's been the most difficult thing for most of these teams to adjust to, especially with a surprise team like Team Sanity coming in with Sam just absolutely fracking out for them 100%, and just how successful they were. And I think the pressure as well, but Syntax is still a team that I like. Caveman, I loved his interview, and I love his energy, and so I'm hoping they can bring it back together. Now, looking at this map, Dave, we have Graveyard dead center, and as we see, currently following Team Sanity, they're not really that close to center, but they have a decent spot on the northeast edge. Now, the problem, though, Dave, is there's some other teams over there with them.
Yeah, Wynnsanity squad, that, I don't want to say surprise factor because they did do really well as the Big Pickles during week 3 of the Opens.
Sure.
But they didn't have Wynnsanity on the squad. So I can say surprise factor just because Wynnsanity is meshing so well.
Great. Yeah.
Meshing so well with the squad mates that did practice on the Big Pickle last week. And it is just working. And we even saw yesterday Wynnsanity, the 3 squad mates on the team, they were done. They were knocked out. But Wynnsanity kept the dream alive.
Yeah.
He clutched it out. He was able to survive a little longer and get some additional placement points. So definitely a big factor, in my opinion, on why we see this squad currently in 2nd place.
I think it's really just the skins that Wynnsanity brings to the table. That's really the only reason, right?
That maybe.
But moving to Wynnsanity.
No banana.
Honestly, the fact that Wynn's been able to come in here and just be as nuts as he has and be that clutch player for a team that already has 3 other clutch players on it has been just a total boon and why they're doing so well. But I want to move over to another team, the other influencer team, and that's Surf and Turf. Surf and Turf did not do very well yesterday.
So let me give you 2 numbers here. All right.
Okay. Hit me.
Oh, here's some more numbers right there on your screen. But Team Sanity, they average around 11.3 points per game. Okay, you following me?
That's really pretty solid.
Solid.
Pretty
Surf
solid.
And Turf, and I'm just
You're
saying
just
the
spitballing
numbers.
here. Yeah,
I'm just saying the numbers. Surf and Turf, they average 1.3 points per game. So there's a big difference.
I'm noticing a little bit of a disparity there between the points there from Team Sanity and Surf and Turf.
Yes. Some could say. Some could say yes. And it goes, I mean, the drone. Who called in that drone? It's on the roof. It's on the, I don't even know if they can access that drone up there. And I think with the pressure here, they are in last place. They average 1.3 points per game.
I can imagine that is probably not where they wanted that to land.
Thankfully, it's only some bandages. So they didn't miss out on much here, but the fact of the matter is, what if there was a red flare in there?
Yeah.
What if there was a green
this is the other
flare?
thing, too, is like I am hoping very much so that Surf and Turf gets more than 1 vehicle, right? Because that we saw yesterday did not work out for a multitude of teams. We saw it for Syntax, Surf and Turf, as well as others in Group B. And so I think a lot of the teams that have found the most success here have been the teams that have utilized a very kind of tried and true BR strategy. It's not just, specific to new stages. Multiple vehicles for multiple members of the team, so you have different options, as well as cover if you need it in the late game.
Yes, sir. Looks like second one, the Charm, is going to be able to be looted. Nice little landing spot right there. And it's going back to your point that you were making about this squad yesterday. not really utilizing multiple vehicles, and they just got destroyed.
And they just left Surf, apparently.
On their rotates because of this. So hopefully they learned. They went back last night, reviewed the footage, reviewed the VODs, and they're going to get some additional vehicles here today to kind of offset the risk of being blown up on rotate.
Yeah, and to Surf and Turf's credit as well, they're currently pretty much dead center on the circle, right? So if there's ever a game for them to do well, at the very least it should be this one, considering that their rotations probably won't be as wacky. Even with a hard shift, they should have time to get in. And looking at the rest of the map as well, as we head over here now to 4 free points, the juggernauts of our lobby, if you will, they actually, I feel like they don't really care where they are, right? They've played from edge, they've played from the center circle, they're pretty much just deadly and lethal from anywhere, and that's just because their macro is so good, the way they rotate, the way that they scout, the way that they're being very proactive, and I mean, they've been just looking unstoppable.
So let me lay this on you here.
Lay it on me,
Talking
Dave.
to sleep,
you know I love
they told me they're playing today as if they already qualified for the grand finals. Think about it. Think about it. But talk about thinking about it. We got Cammy D standing by.
This was an unexpected circle shift. I don't need to tell you all of that. The fact that it is going to swing to the only area where this water is going to be impactful, and then suddenly you also have 4 free points with, I'm not really going to call it control necessary because it's still going to be on the edge, but they're in a position to potentially dictate a little bit, but honestly, I know I said this yesterday, it's another circle where the water could play a lot, and the biggest thing is we're already seeing a bunch of teams rotating into a bunch of different areas, and that might force some early game fights that these teams might have been hoping to avoid.
Heck yeah. Thanks, Cammy D, for that nice map breakdown. And I like how Cammy D pointed out that bridge, the 2 bridges. Well, one of those bridges, the one on the south side, my favorite bridge in the game, I call it Big Red. We'll get back to Big Red because right now, Buhos in their compound, Godspeed, getting some nice spray down action onto
Team Sanity, I believe it was, yeah. And so, again, Buhos was a team that did find some success yesterday. And, I mean, they got 22 points, but they were more on the passive side. You know, I don't want to call them passive. I'm going to say a little more measured in their approach. They didn't get over-aggressive. You know, they took their time. That did lead to some moments where they potentially lost some points. But overall, they've actually come into the finals and exceeded some of my expectations.
Well, look at this. Cloudy getting spotted out here in the open by the Panthers' Peter Boy. Nice little elim point there. Looks like Team Sanity having some difficulties on their rotate here. Malcone taking advantage of being able to spot isolation. Out Wynnsanity popping into the guard tower over here. And yeah, maybe a little bit of communication issues here in game number 1, at least on this rotate from Team Wynnsanity. It was a challenge.
Yeah, potentially that, but you also have to realize the Panthers are a team that are currently in 6th place, right? And this is a team that I think everybody, including the desk, had pretty big expectations for, and they didn't really meet those. And so coming into day 2, it's not at all surprising to see them being a little more aggressive, regardless of whether it's, you know, Team Sanity or 4 free points. They're going to start fishing for those points, and they need to because they're not currently in a qualification spot, which is top 4.
Shout out to Wynnsanity right there. You can see his YouTube on the bottom. Check it out. Subscribe to that channel. Subscribe to this channel that you're currently watching, the new State Mobile out here. And, you know, shout out to Wynnsanity too for probably featuring you and I in his videos because, you know, we're covering the games.
Yeah, we're covering
the games.
We'll be there.
We'll be there as Peter Boy out there in the distance popping a wheelie out here. Sad in the front line. So back to the bridge. Big Red. It looks like the Panthers are just yoinking right around STX here, and they might be opting for a nice little bridge camp, at least here on that east side.
This is this circle is giving me like melee base vibes from PC, right? This is a difficult cross. You have 2 bridges on either side, and then you have that river in the middle, and this is very ambiguous. These teams have to decide whether or not they want to commit to one side or just try to play for the other and try to cross late. And we've seen 4 free points kind of already settle on the south side. They're like, look, this is kind of a 50-50 anyways. The problem for the most teams on the north, though, is 4 free points is chilling on the island alone.
It's theirs.
All the other teams sitting on the north side, I mean, crossing that is going to be, it's going to be an absolute mess.
Yeah, and this zone is kind of a test to me, at least when I'm looking at 4 free points, because it didn't favor the Hall, and that's their drop spot, you know? I always like to see these top teams being forced to kind of get outside of their comfort zone when we're looking at drop spots here. Just the fact that they got Shelton, the whole island pretty much locked down, and now they're going to have eyes on top of Big Red. Now, you can camp this bridge, and okay, it looks like we are going to have our first... don't want to say victim, but scout. Scout out here pushing forward and possibly looking for some intel.
I'd actually really love to see a drone in this scenario, right?
Okay.
Instead of risking a player, use the drone, especially in a bridge camp. I mean, that can be devastating. Obviously, 4 free points. We know that they're there.
Yes.
But Panthers right now, they're kind of crossing blind, and so they do have this forward position. And he is going to use the drone. Perfect. He is in a little bit of a precarious situation, but overall, he's now going to get the information. He's going to feed that back to his team. Look, there's a team on the other side of this. Maybe we should kind of chill.
I have a smile to ear right now. I love this. This is just a pleasure to watch here. Usually, you know, in other mobile games, Battle Royales, you can't do this. You can't
cannot
safely scout the bridge and make sure it's free and clear. Look at this. The drone is in the sky. Just the intel's flowing. Kitty spotting it out.
Jumping around. It's like, hey, look at me.
Yeah, look at me spotting it out. Going to be blowing it up now.
Oh, but the shots.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It was
Where's
all
the
planned.
teammates, though?
Yeah,
The
where's the
teammates?
support? I mean, that's the thing. You go up to that forward position and you put the drone out, great. You get information for the rest of your team. But if you're still stuck there, stranded in the drone screen or just, you know, in a bad spot, quite frankly, he had no way to get back. That's a player. That's a free point. 4 free points.
Yeah, fortunate for the Panthers, only one.
Only one,
points.
and
Only
the green
one.
flare, sure.
Okay. I do like how Peter Boy has the upgraded mini as well, increased damage. So at this range, it does put up a good bite.
Oh, look at the shift.
Next zone goes up. So
No
what I want to see
way
now,
it goes south,
I want to see
Dave.
Sleep though. I want to see Sleep group up
Okay.
with the teammates. I don't think they can control so much of the zone. I think that's just a little too greedy.
I agree.
And I think that's what Sleep's doing here, pulling back.
I think at the very least, maybe he could spot a team, then pull back. But yes, I don't think one player should try to hold out an entire west side of an island, especially with a circle like this. Sleep, though, arguably could probably do it. If there's a player in this lobby, it's probably Sleep. But yes, 4 free points again with a commanding lead. And now, because of the circle and the way that it's shifted, they find themselves not only in the best position, but they can pretty much dictate how the rest of the circle, at least from the east side, goes down.
The thing is, I want to see them pull back to that compound on the
Malcolm
hill.
with the shots,
That's
though.
such a strong spot that Sleep ended up pulling back down. So hopefully they can pick
high
up
ground,
Kitty Cat and just make their way back up into that compound, because there's about to be a bunch of teams utilizing this east side, this east coast on their rotates here, and you don't want to get caught out in the open.
Yeah, Buhos now going to be rotating in towards the bridge here as the Panthers are very well set up for it. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have 4 free points, so Buhos is going to have to make some sort of miracle play, or at the very least pull back, or maybe just try to commit and do something, because they are in a situation where they need to commit. I think driving around at this point is going to be very dangerous, especially with all the other teams rotating in, especially with the circle.
So looking at the Panthers, they might be opting to use these vehicles to literally create a roadblock right there on that bridge. And it does look like Strangers BD were able to weasel their way in on that west side, so they are big chilling over there. Meanwhile, we got 4 free points, going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting on the east side of the bridge.
Oh, and Pure Cross is going to get knocked out. Oh, I think an errant headshot actually hit maybe FAU as he was crossing the bridge. And this is what we were worried about, right? The team's rotating in late, the circle doing this weird shift where they have to cross over to the other side. And there's another beast waiting on the other side of that bridge anyways. And
Yes, sir.
Buhos, at the very least, though, good on them, have taken over the east side of the bridge, at least for now.
So it looks like the Panthers down to just 2. They only got 3 elim points over here. They did get somewhat separated in the process. Peter Boy, the last remaining Panther, on the side of the east of Big Red. Meanwhile, Malcone and Sad, they just full sent it over the bridge here, Godspeed.
Yep, they send it over the bridge, and I mean, well, they're safe for now, but definitely worse for wear is
King's right there.
what is going to happen? I mean, what is his play? Yeah, King, Pure, another team that's just down to 1 player, right? I mean, both of these teams tried to cross. It obviously didn't work out. Panthers was the one that initially held the east side, and now they only find themselves with, well, just 1 member on this side, and so they're going to have to deal with that. King, though, I mean, he has the opportunity to survive, but I also want to point out, you talked about it earlier, Strangers BD, I really like the rotation on the west side, the way they kind of snuck in and backfilled there on 4 free points, and so that should help them. I also just noticed Imao is completely on the other side of the island, isolated from his team. The rest of his team is on the north side. They're not even in the circle yet. So how did he get there?
Just trying to survive. You know, what a challenging zone that a lot of these teams on that east island were faced with here. And Malcone and King practically a 1v1 out there on the shorelines, even though there is still a Panther alive. No. Oh,
there's 3 Panthers. The problem is there's only 1.
There's only 1. So it's a straight up 1v1. And we can see on the leaderboards, that's 5th and 6th place teams too. So
yeah,
that's a big 1v1.
And yeah, that's gonna at the very least decide a placement point and And a kill point, really, if you can just get that and then move forward and maybe even snake more. But now the circle is starting to settle. Obviously, the team of Surf and Turf on the north, is going to have some trouble getting in, as we see Maple holding his ground here for Team Sanity as the last member. And there's just so many fractured teams here, while Free 4 points are just chilling as a full squad.
And they get the next circle.
And strangers.
Here's Sam, the #1 player in the lobby when we're looking at elims. Needs to avoid that grenade, but does have the M249, the quick flick right there on a Surf and Turf squad as they do make their way up onto the shore. Looking for that quick reload right there. This is the opportunity for the solo Atomic to pop up, but the reload, the window, it's
quick
already
reload.
gone.
Yeah, that's quick reload indeed. And right now, Jedi just doing his best to stay alive here in the water. And all these teams are going to have to move again. We have another circle shift, and of course it's going to favor 4 free points. Why wouldn't it? And now this becomes a fight for survival between everyone else. But Strangers BD, the only other team that really has a good foothold to at least do some damage or create some room for a team like Buhos to cross that bridge. The only other team remaining with 4 up.
Yeah, Strangers BD can pretty much just take up that north side of the zone and try to just gatekeep all the stragglers, all the solos that are survivors of this very intense fight here on the shoreline. We got Jedi, who was able, we saw Jedi swimming earlier on, was able to swim around the duo from Team Sanity right there, and also, I believe, avoid the sightlines of revenge.
It's got to be tough, though. At the very least, Jedi will be able to move forward. Oh, that was...
free point.
I mean, nice try. You got to at least try. Maybe he got some information before he went down. I believe that was Buhos' white. So they are still down to 3. 4 free points, just farming free points at this point. I mean, they have 58 points. I find it very difficult to believe that even after this game, they wouldn't be able to punch their ticket. But you said yourself, they're basically just playing as if they've qualified.
Yeah, the mindset. That's the mindset.
And that's exactly why
straight from sleep right there. And it shows they could have camped the bridge if they wanted to get a lot of elims, but instead they prioritized this compound, the high ground compound, and it's just been paying off.
So good.
So good. Yeah, I love the heads up play here. I'm looking at the 3 solos down in the south. Oh, Pure King.
Just 2 now.
Just 2. So that's Malcone from the Panthers, and then the solo from Surf and Turf squad. So they're honestly just trying to survive and avoid these sight lines right here from 4 free points. You're currently occupied with taking out the squad you're talking about keeping an eye on here, Strangers BD.
Stranger BD have made themselves a nice little car fort here. They do have some utility to use, but again, the sidelines here of 4 free points is just so strong. On top of the fact that the teams in the north are kind of just dealing with each other, right? This is one of the symptoms of 4 free points being an amazing spot, raining some damage down, but everyone else is kind of just fighting to get to the point just to fight them.
Volt does have that Bob Barker, though, son, the MK14. That thing barks here. And this is a pretty intense standoff. Buhos, though, I love Buhos on that little island.
Yeah, I noticed that.
They land in the water. They're
found
chilling.
it.
And look at this. The next circle does shift, and that duo that was hanging out on that island
Wait a
here,
second.
they are actually in a pretty prime position here as they're already trying to swim onto the shorelines here.
And as 4 free points are kind of dealing with Strangers BD, this is actually giving some room to the teams on the north, specifically Buhos, who now will be able to get in the circle and have at least 3 up. This is huge. They could definitely make something out of this.
And then Drip as well can play spoiler.
Oh, especially with the stock. Can he find it? Oh,
the trade, though. The
back,
trade.
Sam. My, that was beautiful.
That's their window. They should be pushing up here right now.
Yes.
Within grenade range at least to try to take that little cliffside, because that cliffside offers a lot of protection from the north and pretty much from the sight lines from 4 free points.
And now we have to see, how is 4 free points going to respond? Obviously, they're going to go for that res, but this is Strangers BD chance to really kind of put the pressure on, and especially because they're split right now, and I'm not sure if Strangers BD has that information, but look at Buhos. Look at the patience here. He's got the bolty. Another knock is going to go on to 4 free points member there.
And Drip,
the
DSR from the back lines right there, catching 4 free points off guard, and now
and underneath.
4 free points are the team that everybody's just paying attention to right now, and just picking them apart one by one here.
And this is ideal if you're any other team in the lobby, right? You need to slow them down, or at the very least stop them from sponging up more points than some of the teams, in the top 4, or even just down towards 8th place, really desperately need. That's exactly what's happening here at Strangers BD, starting to use their vehicles, get a little bit of better position to understand what's going on in the circle. Sam, though, going to find another knock with that M249. He's just been an absolute nuisance for the other teams on the field.
And who's this good for? 4 free points getting taken out. Team Sanity, baby. Team Sanity as Sam going for that unload right there. Connecting a couple bullets. Not going to be pre-firing through that smoke.
Gotta be
Popping
careful,
back
though.
down for that reload here.
Yeah, they're
next
right.
zone's about to pop here, Godspeed. This next zone is really going to be that deciding factor because right now everybody's on the edge. Everybody's scared and Team Sanity.
My.
Remember, they have the little dip, the little hill that is protecting their backside here.
Really, the only thing they have to worry about is the team that they're shooting at right now. Strangers BD getting in on their... Is this their north side? They have to just hold this off. But the problem with this, actually, no, there is no problem. Buhos is out. So realistically, Team Sanity holds out the rest of the teams, and they can win this as a duo.
And this is Sam, the number one player in the lobby after yesterday. Looks like Flash God is going to be spraying some of that M4, swapping on over to that barrel, a single tap here. But they're just eluding these bullets inside the smokes right now.
And the way that Team Sanity's Sam and Maple are playing this is beautiful. They're using the utility. They're not peeking. They're not over peeking. They're doing as much damage. There's going to be a double spray down there from Maple. And all of a sudden, the duo is just tearing through everyone else. Strangers BD, who had the most members and an advantage, it's now down to a 1v2v1. The advantage goes to Team Sanity.
Yes, sir. And they need to clean this one up fast because Sam is rocking 2 5.56 weapons and the ammo's looking low. And Sam right there traded on. It's up to Golden Boy. Godspeed.
There's a chance now. This is strictly a 1v1, but he's going for the res. I love, oh my goodness, that's so brave. He should be able to get it off in time. Golden Boy with the right idea to push though. No, he doesn't. He has the rock in the high ground, circle as well advantage. Maple just needs to take his time here. There is still time, 8 seconds before the circle shift. He's gonna flush out Sam. This is now down to a real 1v1. Blue's coming in, Golden Boy wrapping around. Whew.
Intense.
This is intense. 1v1 for the first game, man. And Sam doing so much, but Golden Boy as well. The right state of mind to go for the push. Isn't going to find it. He is. And Golden Boy from Strangers BD.
Wow.
An amazing effort from Sam and Maple, but man. Whew.
Still a really good performance, practically from the duo right there from Team Sanity. Yes, they did get those final zones kind of in their favor, but remember, you're pointing out Strangers BD, and you're saying how that wide west rotate really paid off in their favor. They were able to get a lot of land, a lot of terrain, and they were able to keep their numbers alive to that late game, and I believe that really played a factor here for them to get this win, besides the 6 shots.
Sure,
I mean, moment right there.
I definitely want to give it to Strangers BD because they earned that, and their rotations, again, their macro, their decision-making was wonderful, but the fact that Team Sanity's Maple and Sam did that as a duo, I mean, they played that position pretty much perfect, like the back of that hill, even when they were exposed on the north side to Strangers BD. So that was just chef's kiss. That was beautiful.
And that's only game 1, too. That's only game one. Consistency, though, from the top 3 teams, though. Wasn't it Strangers BD? Aren't they up there at the top, or at least on the cusp?
They were, I think,
on the cusp, on the rise, on the rise. And then you had 4 free points, still maintaining Team Sanity. So with that in mind, it's going to be a challenge for these teams really trying to qualify with only 2 more games to go. So ladies and gentlemen, that's only game number 1. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we got the desk to break it down.
no strangers to success. Strangers BD picks up game 1. We're kicking things off Saturday. It's Saturday
It's Saturday
now.
already.
I thought I knew these teams, Blaze, but I will say you knew these teams, strangers as they might be, because you had them in your predictions.
I did, and what I said kicking off today was that they were on the cusp in Group A, and they had to come out charging for success, and that's what they did. They completely captured that. One thing that was special about Strangers BD, and we heard Godspeed talk about it in the cast, was that rotation towards the west side of the map. On the Be Right back screen, everyone at home, you guys saw the mini-map. They were the only team to rotate on that west bridge. Everyone else rotated there towards the right bridge, where we saw a crazy game full of so many solos trying to rat it out to success just to make it. But the two teams with the better rotation, Strangers BD, 4 free points, they avoided all the fights until the late game. Now, it was pretty insane because the bridge of death, right? Buho's gaming, they took some great positioning, which we'll learn more about later, but their positioning forced Panthers, forced Pure Love, and all these other teams to go across the bridge into what 4 free points had as a trap. It was a rat trap, okay? Anyone that came across, they were going to catch them and catch some free points there. So an exciting game nonetheless, but the most important thing to talk about, Team Wynnsanity. They lost 2 players early on, and all the points they got came from the duo of Maple and Sam. The zone worked out so well for them. Rachel would pull towards the back of that cliff, and they were able to get so many free kills, and it comes down to a 1v1 for a team that only had 2 players on the map, but they got it done. Maple and Sam, what a fantastic game from them. But Strangers BD, it's all about them coming out in first place, and you see how they move up in the standings there, and they're going to bump Buho's gaming down.
All the way to 3rd now. What a great spot to be in, especially if you got 2 games left today, but also feels good to be playing with your team on that level, right?
Yeah, it does. You know, when you guys are vibing like this at the back end of group play, it just shows that everything's working together because you want to slowly be progressing and peaking leading up into Championship Sunday.
Well, you had a great spot there. Can't wait to see how Strangers progress over time. But there's another team that has been consistently impressive, sticking close to the top. Cammy, tell me what you saw from them in this match.
Yeah, so for Buho's Gaming, this is a team that we've been a little critical of. Perhaps we called them out for being perhaps a little too safe, a little bit too conservative. But in this circle, this game that we just saw, I think this is a round that more conservative play really benefited them. You see them over here as the last team to cross the bridge, and that is a very smart decision because you saw what happened to the Panthers and Pure Love over here. They just got funneled into 4 free points and had to drop down. Now, if we jump to the next circle, we can see them continuing to take a very slow approach to this, actually taking position on the island and just trying to make sure that they were able to make it into the late game safely. That's not going to guarantee that they're going to have a solid position to then take a proper fight, because if we jump to the next circle, you can see that they do end up running into the 2-man team with the force of 4 men from Team Sanity, Sam and Maple. But the point is that they were able to make it into the late game, get into the top 4, and not have to fight through the pure chaos that is crossing bridges, crossing rivers.
So what would you say that the teams can take home and learn from this? I mean, aside from the fact that Sam and Maple are terrifying and worth 4 men on their own.
The main point is that sometimes you do have to take things slow. Even if you are a team that prefers to go head-on into a problem, you always have to balance out, do you want to dive into the chaos? Is that your win condition? Is that something that you're really good at? Or maybe just sit back and just try and be a little more safe and concise with it.
All right, well, let's see how it all plays out in game 2. Godspeed. Mustache Dave, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, I'm actually really glad that Cammy broke that down, because that was some great decision-making from Buhos. Yes, it didn't work out 100% in their favor, but the fact that they didn't just rush to their death or try to cross the way the other teams had, that shows a lot of restraint, and I really like that.
2 more games to go, though.
2 more games to go.
Can they keep it up? Can they continue to try their best and be top 4?
Maybe.
After 2 more games here at Godspeed. It's coming down to the wire, man.
It is coming down to the wire, and that's the other thing as well, is with only 2 games left, Dave, I mean, we have to really get these guys to just make the plays or just go for the risks. But you know what? That's enough for us for just a second, because we're going to hop into game number 2. All right, second game of the day, 5th game of Group A. And only 2 games left, Dave. Some of the teams at the bottom are really going to have to make something happen here if they want to qualify for tomorrow's grand final.
This is it, right? I feel like if they don't at least get some decent points this game, they aren't going to have the easiest go of things next game, right?
I mean, yeah, you don't want to ever count any of the teams out. Even someone on the very bottom could potentially have like a massive, like, I don't know, 10, 15 kill win, which would be a huge boon for points. And again, they're not shooting for first place. They're only shooting for the top 4.
Talk about top 4. The 2 influencer teams right now. We got Wynnsanity, Team Sanity here. Going to be dropping in the Ville up against Surf and Turf. The 2 influencer teams here,
man.
Godspeed. This is the first time we've seen this in this group where they hot drop each other.
And if I had to go based off of what's happening in the leaderboards, I would want to give this one to Team Sanity.
oh,
as
really?
Far as the advantage. Listen, I chose Surf and Turf at the beginning of the show because I really believe that, you know, SurfnBoy and his squad could make some magic happen, and I still believe that's possible. But Team Sanity has just shown, as far as the influencer teams here at this event, they're a cut above the rest.
I can't argue with that, but
I hope not.
But looking at these 2 teams, yes, the viewers and even you might already kind of expect one team to come out on top of the other if they were to get into a fight. The thing is, Surf and Turf's team, they got heart. They got heart.
They do have heart, man.
And you can't discount the heart factor and the factor that if they don't win this fight, next game is pretty much a GG, right? So they need to win this team fight to continue trucking along, to continue making up for lost points from yesterday, because we see them only 6
points. That's not I mean, that's not even close to enough, especially when you look at 4th place right now, which happens to be Buhos. 31 points. Now, I'm not even going to bother trying to do the math there, but they are at least 20 points behind, which is going to be needed to be 2 really strong games. Yeah, if not 2 chickens, at least 2 10-kill games.
So I love how they're next to each other. My fear, though, is that we all know who drops at Exhibit Hall. All right? 4 free points. 4 free points, they have a really strong lead in 1st place. And with only 1 more game to go after this, if they start to hear some shots and maybe even recognize on the kill feed who might be next to them, I don't see anything stopping 4 free points from just third party in Anchorville, the 2 influencer teams. Because if 4 free points can take out Team Sanity right here, early game, that's pretty much almost a GG. All they got to do is be consistent in the next match, and they'll be top 1 in this lobby.
And that's the most terrifying thing for me looking at 4 free points, is the fact that they literally have nothing to lose. I mean, they could go out last in both games, and I'm fairly sure they're going to qualify still in the top 4, no problem. They might even stay in 1st place, but that's terrifying. When you have a team with so much dominance on the battlefield, just commanding the points like that, they can do whatever they want. Like you said, they could push a team, whether it's Team Sanity, they could go third party team. They could just go out of circle and just bully someone and grief someone out of qualifying as well. I mean, they have that freedom to do so. Are they going to do that? Probably not. I think they're still going to just play their game. But, you know, that's a scary prospect, Dave.
I love how Team Sanity going to be moving, relocating up here north of the Ville, Anchorville, into these nice, rigid cliff tops, because these are the highest vantage points on all of Troy, and it's very challenging for any team to truly rotate through here if there's already a team on a strong defense. Because you can see right here, navigating a vehicle through these hills, through the different pathways, it is a challenge. And if you have enemies on the tops of the hills just spraying on top of you, you're going to be in a high-pressure situation that you're probably going to freak out, get a little nervous, maybe even crash into a boulder, and then you're just a sitting duck at that point. And I'm not talking from experience.
No, of course not.
I'm not like telling you a whole story here.
This is just
definitely
all fabrication.
Not happened to me before, but
this is an elaborate fabrication. Again,
did I just break down something that happened to me before? Maybe, maybe.
Also, make sure you check it out, Wynnsanity again. I mean, if you want to learn how these guys are so good, I'm sure his channel's probably got some tips there for you. But actually, to go back to your point, not only do they have this incredible vantage point, right? It is difficult to push, but they can get so much information on the circle, coupled with the fact, Dave, that they're actually still in, right? So they can really take their time. They can use that high ground position, and I guess Pure Cross is just gonna. Is he really gonna rotate through the city for free?
There's a couple interesting rotates going on here, Godspeed. You got 4 free points kind of just casually rotating through Surf and Turf squad, and then up here in the north, you got Pure Cross doing a little scouting action from Buhos right here.
Really surprised.
There is some interesting rotates, and I'm surprised we're not really seeing more names pop up in the kill feed right now.
Right. I mean, I thought for sure that with Buhos' setup, at the very least, maybe they weren't ready for it, especially because he was in an electric vehicle, so they didn't really hear it coming through. But I thought for sure Cross maybe go down. And Cross's position is also interesting. So they've actually decided to go for a very northern play here, actually just above Buhos. And as we now look at the Panthers, who we know love Trailer Park, they're getting dangerously close, or I should say free 4 points are getting dangerously close to them.
Yeah, and looking at the rotate from free 4 points, it's almost as if they studied the footage and they study the VODs and they know where the Panthers like to rotate out of Trailer Park.
It does seem like that.
It almost seems like that because they rushed here so quickly and
they're circling them.
They're circling the Panthers, you know? And we saw in the opens that the Panthers they were dominating. But then there was this one time that 4 free points hot drop Trailer Park, and they just wiped out the Panthers. They just said, hey, everyone's looking at the Panthers? Nah.
Wait, and speaking of wiping out, wait, what are they? Is he trying to T-boat him?
The pit maneuver.
Oh, he's trying to actually go with a pit.
And the Nova, you could really do the pit maneuver because the nose, it's like a triangle, so you can really wedge it underneath
Plus,
them.
it's faster than most other vehicles as well.
It is fast.
It's gonna come. This is an actual police chase. I guess we're just watching here. But one thing that I want to note real quick. Actually, we'll get to it after this, is Buhos Drip is in a little bit of trouble now. He got a little aggressive trying to go for the pit. Now he may pay for it, but it looks like the rest of the team is here to support. Utilities coming out. I doubt that's going to be an issue, but I want to focus your attention towards 4 free points. As you were talking about them, bringing up the fact that they probably did VOD review and that the rotation was beautiful, look where they ended up. They actually rotated around the Panthers, which I think is kind of a mistake to let them just get that high ground for free. And now, once again, not surprisingly, 4 free points has the best spot on the map.
Big chillin', man. Big
chillin'.
chillin', dead center. And talking to Sleep, they were telling me one of the main advantages that 4 free points have in this lobby is that every other team, from their point of view, of course, they're overthinking every single play.
Yeah.
They are just overthinking. And we saw yesterday 4 free points really take advantage of that when they would crash your compound. A lot of teams, they didn't know how to handle that close quarter combat situation.
Or the pressure.
And pressure. And 4 free points, they were just tossing in that utility, tossing in those grenades, getting the opening knock, and then after that, just clean up. Just clean up. So I am very
Speaking of clean
happy.
up, Dave, Syntax getting in a very precarious position. They're going to rotate back. But yes, 4 free points, so just playing with confidence. That's really what it is. You know, they're not overthinking their plays. They're like, look, we need to make this push. Let's just make this push. Let's use our utility. And that's something we haven't seen from some of the other teams, whereas they're making the push. There's grenades or other options available. They're not using it. They're just getting knocked with all that stuff. And yeah, that could be, again, pressure coming to them. But 4 free points, they're not feeling any of it. I mean, it's just all confidence. And the Panthers, a team that rightfully so we hyped up coming into this, was one of the stronger teams in opens. You're absolutely right, Dave. They haven't been performing like we expect.
So they are in 5th place, though. They are within reach.
They're still in there, for sure.
They are within reach. But yeah, I mean, we saw Cammy D day 1 pick them as #1 in the lobby, which I totally get.
Yeah,
totally
I get it too. It's a good pick.
Good pick, except for should have picked 4 free points. STX, though, we see him out there in the distance. We see him on the leaderboard, 7th place. This squad, this tournament, they have just been having one heck of a time on these rotates, not catching any luck, any breaks. And yeah, they got the green flare, but popping in a green flare right here, you're between like 3 different teams.
There's a 90% chance that Kobe's just going to come down and die. I'm not going to lie. He's probably not going to make it down. I hope he does. But my biggest thing with Syntax is I love the fact that they're willing to just pull the trigger on some of these crazy plays. The problem is I feel like they don't do it with enough information sometimes, which is what leads them to these situations where, yeah, they're just kind of rotating blind or they just get caught off. And rotations really have been their sore spot.
Yeah, and I think it's just the rotations. Just go back to the open qualifier rotations because those rotations, they would play edge. Here in this tournament, I feel like they're always looking for an off-center position every single game, and it is just not working out. And I'm almost to the point where I feel like it's almost to that point where it's too late for them to even bounce back unless they get a chicken dinner with only 2 more games to go.
Yeah, and the issue there, Dave, is just the fact that obviously the lobby's stronger than it was in open qualifiers. And so, yeah, that's actually, oh my goodness.
That's good.
What did I say? I don't even think he's going to make it down. He's got sniped
they got another green flare.
Yeah, let's get him back. You know, I mean, they're really just feeding points to the rest of the lobby at this point. But, yeah, I mean, Syntax, I feel like playing edge in this lobby would probably be better. Yes, it may be too late to switch, but they just need to do something.
Yeah,
you know?
it's working for Strangers BD. It's almost as if Strangers BD are kind of utilizing the syntax strats from the opens because they've been playing the edge. They're playing the edge right now.
We're also utilizing splits.
The splits,
yeah.
just all types of stuff here, but splits on the edge.
And yeah, we see a lot, and just BRs in general, that playing from the edge and making sure that your back is controlled and you don't have a threat from there gives a lot of these teams, more room to move forward as far as planning how they want to rotate, or if they need to go for a fight, they can do that as well. And so I definitely love the approach that Strangers BD have taken in this, and I would like to see just some form of success from Syntax, but yeah, we've yet to see it. Obviously, Surf and Turf, another one of those teams we've talked about ad nauseum at this point. We want to see them do better, but 6 points after 4 games is really rough.
At least they got that green flare, man. They are ready to get involved.
At least it's not on a roof, and this is Strangers BD we're watching.
That's true. That is true. And looking at Syntax, we were talking about them just a moment ago. Yesterday, they got around 1.4K total damage, and they averaged around 2.6 points. That's just not going to cut it here in this lobby. That's so top-heavy.
No,
we talked about 4 free points, averaging 18 points per game, which is insane.
That's decent.
Team Sanity, 11.3. Buho, 7.3. And then Strangers, 7. So the top teams are averaging between 18 and 7. Meanwhile, Syntax, 2. 2.
Kind of not great. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was Surf and Turf with 1.
1. And they're at the bottom. So
also, what was Jedi looking at there? He was just kind of prone looking at the window. Maybe just check something for a second. Maybe just cooking, So guys, I'll be right back. Food's ready.
Cooking in the kitchen. And we do see Buhos with the scout drone out there. They're going to be right on top of 4 free points, getting some intel. Next circle goes up. 4 free points. Man, they are just big chillin'. Big chillin'. Talk about big chillin'. We got Cameron with the big chill breakdown.
Yeah, 4 free points. They are some of the best fraggers that we've seen here, but they also happen to be in some of the best positions that we've seen. Last game, the hilltop to just frag everyone who was crossing the bridges. Now they're still going to be dead center, which granted, they get value out of that by going center first, so they have the highest probability of getting the circle. But in this particular shift, look at all of these teams that we still see. I might even clicked on a tool, that's on me. Still see outside of the zone. It's going to be a shooting gallery for them. The one concern, though, is hoping that they're not going to be overextending themselves, making sure to not try and bite off more than they can chew. But this looks like it could be yet another game that they could get a whole bunch of kills. For the teams on the outside, the struggle is finding how they can approach the circle. But there's a fight going on, so right back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Cameron. You're absolutely right. As long as they don't overextend, I'm pretty sure 4 free points should just farm the rest of this lobby. But looking at the fight that's happening now, I believe it's the Panthers, and it's going to be Peterboard. Yeah, Peterboard actually is the one that's knocked down. It's fighting Wynnssanity's team.
Ooh, legal, 5 HP, Wynnsanity, 18 right
nice
there.
Play.
Wynnsanity with the Tommy gun clutch. Reloading for that quick thirst right there. And Wynnssanity's squad, looks like Wynnssanity's duo on the opposite
other side
end right there, getting third-partied.
And Clody is going to find himself a nice little flush now. I believe this is down now to a 3v2. Team Sanity with the advantage. And Maple now on the outside. Sam, I believe, was actually the one player taken down for Team Sanity, so that's actually fantastic news for the Panthers, even though they're still staring down the barrels of the other 3 very talented members, with Sam doing the most work so far for them.
Cone with a
Maple, wait a second, 2v2 all of a sudden. And the Panthers are fighting back.
Can't be underestimating the Panthers, man. They
no.
have been grinding for at least 3 weeks to even make it to this lobby, and they've been showing up. Now it's up to Cloudy and Wynnsanity. Their communication here to pinpoint exactly where the enemies are. Maybe open it up with a nice little knock through these windows. Maybe get a little closer with the grenade here. 2v2, though.
It would be really interesting to actually see maybe a green flare pop off, right? Use that as a distraction and then use that for a push. Because then they could just loot all the drone credits from the rest of their players and then just call in the rest of their team if they win that fight. See if that happens.
Would be a nice little distraction as well.
I mean, plus,
Sleep,
imagine
though.
if that player lands. He's got a pistol, maybe he loots a gun, and all of a sudden it's a 3-on-2 again.
I'm going to keep imagining because I don't see it happening, right?
That's fair. I'm
we
saying
got 4 free
it's
points looking
far-fetched.
right on top of them. It is not happening. So Team Wynnsanity, they actually have somewhat of a advantage, in my opinion, with the fact that Sleep is definitely eyes like a hawk right there on the Panthers.
Absolutely, and the other issue I think with this fight is Surf and Turf is actually on the south side of this as well. Yeah, it's not over. There's a whole nother team now. As Cloudy's going to get out, he's going to take shots at Atomic. He's going to find that knock, but is he going to get it traded out? He is, yes, and that is now going to be just Wynnsanity for Team Team Sanity still alive.
But we did see this yesterday. Wynnsanity, the solo, was able to survive a little longer, got some additional placement points. They do have 3 elim points here this game. So Wynnsanity, fingers crossed right now that this next circle does hard shift the south. And one thing that Wynnsanity has going for him is the SurfnBoy. His squad might be the perfect distraction. From the
I agree. Had they pushed a little sooner, yes, maybe Wynnsanity could have made something out of that. But yeah, I mean, good job to Team Panthers for cleaning this up. It was a messy fight, but they got it done with 2 members alive. Now, I'm sure they're going to want to try to call in someone with those green flares. But as you stated now, not only with 4 free points, but Surf and Turf on the south side, I'm not sure if they're going to actually be able to get any of those members to touch the ground, Dave.
Yeah, I just assumed Surf and Turf would have been a little more... Oh, look at the next circle.
Second.
It would have favored Wynnsanity, too. Oh,
this is huge, though. This is absolutely huge for the team of Surf and Turf. They need these points. They need to stay alive. Look, they have 4 members up. If they can push into this compound that is owned by the Panthers, they can take over, and then they can potentially even hold out 4 free points. So this is a massive opportunity for Surf and Turf, since we see Zach go down to SAD.
The L8. And the thing is, the Panthers know exactly who they're fighting. They know that they are up against the last place team in the lobby. And even as a duo, that was a 4v2, 4 on the side of Surf and Turf. The Panthers are not slowing down. SAD within grenade range, cooking it, tossing it. That might be good, and it's good, baby, for the double, and then followed up with the L8 flush right there, the triple.
That was a beautiful play from SAD. He realizes they got the knock. He knew they were probably going for the res. I mean, they're already cleaned up. You don't need to throw any more utility. But I'm not sure they're keeping track of the kill feed because of all that adrenaline running through the veins. But yeah, that was beautifully played by the Panthers. And Dave, I hate to say it, but at this point, I'm not even sure Surf and Turf is going to be able to climb up to 4th place in one more game.
Depends if the zone is heavy favoring the water. Then maybe. Then maybe. Then maybe.
I see what you did there.
The Panthers, though, they clean that up just in time.
Panthers can swim, man.
It's a cat. I don't know. But the Panthers, they clean it up just in time here, Godspeed, because the next circle, everybody just starts looking, focusing on the south side of this zone, assuming that it is free and clear. So the Panthers were able to get those elim points. They got 7, by the way.
They did.
Right? 7.
As a duo.
As a duo, and then they pulled back into the compound, and they're just listening to all the mayhem on the edge right now.
And speaking of mayhem, it is going to be Buhos now finding themselves 3 members knocks, just down to White now as Pure Cross is firing everything through this utility. They have set down the smokes, more smokes going down, potentially a res opportunity. This is going to be very tough. White low on HP, has plenty of meds, got 2 first aids, got some bandages as well as some boosts. But Pure is hungry and looking to finish this fight out. They need these points, and this would be huge if they can. Cleaning it up, Pure King 1 is going to find him. Still a very healthy team here, as that is going to be it for Buhos.
And I love how Pure Love kept Pandy in the back line to make sure to secure.
Look at this.
Oh, this is a big fight right here. Kitty Cat pulling up with a barrel!
And that's it. Actually, free 4 points are out.
Done.
Syntax with the opportunity to now get all 4 members up and take control of this hilltop position here on the north. This is huge for Syntax.
This is what they needed.
This is absolutely what they needed.
And they get the next circle after this, so they should be able to get the reset, pop them heals, maybe even maneuver those vehicles, create some hard cover. They got the hilltop as well, Godspeed. The hilltop. This is what they needed.
They are absolutely set up to not only take a good amount of kills in this game, potentially win, and then get themselves set for the last game and qualify in the top 4. So this is like a dream come true right now for Syntax with this north side. You have a lot of other teams who are going to have to come in. You have Pure on the east side. They're going to have to wrap. They actually should be able to get in relatively free. I'm really looking at Strangers BD and what they're going to be doing here.
Well, they're sending Venom in there. And after that successful defend, STX, Jedi baby with that P90. The P90 on the high ground. Ain't nothing stopping them this game, Godspeed.
And I thought for sure maybe Cross could sneak one in, but no, they found Pure out. But they're going to have to deal with 2 different teams. This is the problem, Dave.
They're going to have to push up, though. They're on top of the hill. Unless one of these solos at the base of the hill gets a nice cooked grenade up there, perfectly cooked, chef's kiss, I don't see how you're going to flush them out, STX.
Just have to be careful not to get overzealous and put too much focus on one team. And I'll be honest, I actually really love the patience here from the duo of Team Sanity's team. As we're watching all this chaos, Caveman taking shots over Pure, you still have that duo of Team Sanity just biding their time, waiting for this fight to really kick off. Then they can come in third party.
As STX going to be flipping, flexing their muscles. King with the Tommy gun versus Jedi's P90.
Oh, that's your favorite
That
gun.
ain't nothing. That ain't nothing.
Look at the Panthers
Easy.
now. Starting to come around. Again, this fight has been 3 teams, and Panthers just chilling, really taking their time. They have the ability here to ruin this game for Strangers BD, and they are going to find 2, but they have to watch out. Syntax coming over. Kova going to find a knock. It's just now down to Sad, the last remaining member of the Panthers. And as you said, pushing this hill has been a nightmare for all trying to do so.
Literally kings of the hill right now, and they even have these vehicles situated to create some hard cover. So this next zone does really play favor in nobody. I see Cross out there prone, but Jedi tabs on Cross. Did spot out Cross. It is very risky. Rotate a little earlier on. Jedi looking to wrap around the blue here. Is going to be colliding with Cross here very shortly. But we're down to the wire. 4 teams to go. STX, the only team with all 4 alive.
And STX, I mean, even with the circle not really favoring them, I still think they're definitely the team to take this. They're only full team. It's actually a 4-on-1-on-1. Pure with no shot being able to res that other member, and now it's just Syntax, in my opinion, cleaning up the circle.
And
taking
look
the
what
win.
they're doing. A 2-2 split wrapping around both edges
Playing
here.
for trades,
Beautiful.
yep. Playing for trades. Look, if one member goes down on one side, look, they know it's just 2 solos at this point. This is beautifully played. They just have to be careful not to lose both. That's going to be 1. And now a monumental task on the shoulders of Sad.
From the Panthers. Still able to carry that baton. Sad is going to be cooking a grenade, and we saw Sad earlier. STX, they are awfully grouped up here. Sad going for that spray down. There's 1, but the numbers playing in favor of STX here this game. Godspeed. STX, they needed this game. This was the game to set them up for the potential in the next match to make that top 4.
This is exactly what they needed. A lot of teams needed this, but they were the ones to clinch it. They went right under that hill early to fight for free points. They actually had this really messy fight, but they had 2 knocks, and they were able to salvage that, take over the hill, and then at that point, I mean, it was just all Syntax.
4 free points, more like some 4 free loot crate delivery right there, because that loot set them up. That loot set
True.
up. 4 free points delivered the P90 right there for Jedi, and we saw Jedi with the P90 not once, not twice, but about 3 times able to clutch it out right there on some nice trades. So shout out to STX, because now that's the team that we need to watch to qualify here.
Absolutely, and I'm sure the desk is going to break that down. After we come back from this break, we'll go into Game 3 and the desk breakdown.
One game remains for Group A, and after this last match today, it still could go in a multitude of directions. Our teams have scrambled the standings. Things look different than at any point before in this tournament. And I'm glad to have Cammy D and Blaze on the desk to talk me through some of your analysis here. Blaze, what did you see in that last match, and why is everything up in the air?
Man, it is up in the air because we see two of our teams at the bottom. They raise up in the rankings. The Panthers and Syntax are the two teams I want to talk about because Panthers, man, big shout out to Sad for the triple kill and the team wipe in which I think it was him and Malcolm got on Surf and Turf. That was insane there. Panthers, them and their late game rotations were super important to get them in that top 2 position. But then also Syntax, one of their pushes actually worked out for them. As Godspeed said, he wanted them to get more intel, and they got all the intel in which they needed to take down 4 free points, get all the loot in the game, and also get the most important POI on top of that mountain. As you guys see in the highlights, they were able to rain down hail on all the other teams in the lobby, and that put us within 7 points between 3rd and 7th. Whew, that's close, Cam.
Panthers, Cammy, there's still a chance.
There is. Listen, this is exactly why I picked them, because I knew that they could deliver what they delivered that game, and Syntax as well really came out of it. But this is the full-on standings. Syntax, they're in striking distance. Look at the cutoff point. You got 38 points for Panthers and Strangers BD, but then Buhos and Syntax are both at 33, and even Pure Love at 31. Honestly, how this next game, how this one ends up, any of those 5 teams could end up making it in the qualifier. That's why it's going to be so exciting.
We're going to see who catfish or not. Somebody going to have to rise up to the occasion in this lobby, because you talk about trying to make the finals, and you see so many teams in the close in the running. Some are going to play scared. Some are going to continue with what works. Others, we'll see what they got to do, because some just need to come out here and frag out.
Well, it's true, but you mentioned catfishing. I can assure you, and actually we've got some video evidence that none of these players are catfishing. They are all the excellent players that they are. And in fact, this might be the last time we get to see some of them play in this next game, because after this, we are sending home half of Group A. And only 8 teams make it to tomorrow. So in case any of those teams don't make it, well, we gave them all a chance to address their friends, family, and fans at home. Let's hear what they have to say to everyone watching.
I mean, all I gotta say is, shout out to my teammate, for doing for doing what they're doing. We made it, all the way to grand final now. We, pretty much dominated throughout this whole thing. So, shout out to them, and good luck to everyone.
Gracias a todas las Panteras que nos están viendo, a todos los fans de Panthers, y los espero en las gran finales para que nos vean triunfar. Muchas gracias.
I think we're mainly playing this just to have fun, but I do want to personally thank my family and friends for the support that they've given me, especially my mom. She's supported and learned a lot about mobile gaming while supporting me. So I think the most important thing that we're focusing on is to have fun and try our best to win this.
We consider one of the best Bengali team in North America. And I think, yeah, we're the only team that qualified for New State or any big achievement. We're the only team. Thank you, everyone. There's some people, my friends, the supporters. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I just want to thank my teammates, for doing an outstanding job and being there. I know Sunday I felt like I wasn't there enough for the team. I was a little mental fatigue. I wasn't there, but they still did a great job. Jay White, Jedi, and Koba for being there, for being reliable, for doing the work, and for showing up and doing what they do. And I want to assure them I'll be there for them. And I want to thank my family for supporting me, my girlfriend for supporting me as well.
We are so lucky to have such a great group of players. Glad to see them all throughout the competition and here at the grand final. But for 4 of these teams, it is their last game. So let's head into it with a ton of energy and excitement from Godspeed and Mustache Dave.
And thank you so much yet again, Rachel. This is it. This is the very last game for some of these teams. And quite frankly, I don't think we could have asked for a better ending here. It is so close for that 4th and final spot.
And shout out, we saw on the video, shout out to all the friends and family, supporters of the players here, right? At the end of the day, you heard a lot of them just trying to have a good time. And hey, they made it here. They made it here. So, almost day, what, 3 of the grand finals.
So you know what, Dave? Let's just get into it. Let's get into our final game of Group A. And here we are settling in for the final game. It is going to be an exhibit hall Anchorville ending, which is something that, or not ending, but I should say circle, is something we're fairly used to. And as far as the drops, I don't see really anything changing, Dave.
You're calling it, dude. You're calling it. Listen, if it ends at the hall, Godspeed has the crystal ball. That's just a confirmation here. But look at all the teams. I see you, bro. Look at all the teams dropping up at Trailer Park, or at least near Trailer Park, kind of flexing near the Panthers. And everybody knows the Panthers like to drop here. So who's dropping there? 4 free points.
Like, you actually were the one, I'm pretty sure, that called it, Dave. They could do whatever they want, and it seems like, yeah, they're just going for Trailer Park, which is pushing the Panthers off. They've actually abandoned their drop spot, and I think that's the play. Oh, maybe not. Some members turn around. We could have a hot drop here between these 2 teams.
Do what you want to do when you got to do. And talking about the opposite end of the hot drop, Buhos Gaming versus STX right here, Godspeed.
That's a big fight as well. I mean, every one of these fights is going to be massive for the teams, especially if they come out on top. That means there's more points and more opportunities for them to secure that. That's going to be the first kill of the game going to Syntax. Koba's going to find it, and that's a member down. But again, this is early. Wait. No, it's 2 members down. Oh, this has become a mess for Buhos.
This is Buhos being proactive, too, because they know that STX drop here at Factory, and there's White.
And the trades are coming out. Member trade on each team. And that's it. But, oh, wait a second. I thought Buhos was down. Oh, and they are. Can they get White without the green flare? They do. Just like that, we didn't even really get to call that fight. Buhos is done.
I knew you had the crystal ball, man. You called it, man. You called Factory for some action. And then the follow-up BM crate shots right there, and that's going to be it. So shout out to Buhos. This team qualifying, doing such a good job here. I love their strategy and their heart that they brought here.
I want to give them a big shout out, just in the sense that we saw improvement. Every single game we saw improvement. Yes, we thought maybe they should be more aggressive in the first 2 games. They started to get aggressive in the 3rd game. Yeah, we thought maybe they should rotate a little sooner and try to get those positions. They started doing that in the 4th and 5th game. And so seeing them go sucks. I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to say it. It sucks, but they were a fun team to watch. And, hey, I'm sure they're going to be back. This is just the first event of New State, baby.
Yeah, there's going to be so many more opportunities. And the fact that they made it here this far with only 1 more game, and then they could have made it to the grand finals with 200K on the line. They made it really far.
Well, look, and that's experience that they can take into the next event. You know, why not? They're a team that have already competed against clearly some of the best teams we have so far in a very early esports stage here in New State, and they can take that experience and move forward with it. So as we say goodbye to Buhos, we say hello to some opportunities.
Maybe
some of the teams underneath. Oh, yeah.
Maybe Pier. And that's, you know, to add on to your point here, this is the first time, when I talk to these players, this is the first time that a lot of them have been able to play at this high level of competition with a lot on the line, right? A lot of money to play for. So the fact that they're able to kind of get that experience that you talked about and improve every single day and fight the pressure away and just come into the game and try their best. It's amazing to see these players grow over the last month here.
And also to your point earlier, you were talking about before we went into the game, it's been really cool to hear Pandy and the other members just talk about how, you know, her family supports her and they've been more understanding of what it is to compete in gaming, whether it's mobile or whatever. And that, I think that's really cool because when you have support like that, especially from family or loved ones or people that are close to you, I feel like that builds even more confidence, you know, like I'm free to do what I want and practice as hard as I want and compete as hard as I want. So big shout out to all the families and friends who support these teams and players out here.
Love to see and hear the support and everybody watching as well.
Oh yeah,
we love it.
I mean, couldn't do it without the people. You know what I'm saying?
And you know what I love? I love 4 free points.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I mean,
what? I love 4 free points, flushing out the trailer park, taking it away from the Panthers. Now the Panthers, it is still early game, and this team, they have been faced with this situation before. This isn't the first time that 4 free points have taken over the trailer park. And with 3 of them still being alive, they did rotate to Swatton, so they should be able to get enough drone credits to get the revive on their 4th, get that reset.
Oh, nice little...
Land it.
It's clean.
And if the Panthers are truly as big brain as Cameron would wish them to be, I would get the drone credits, call back in my teammate, and then rotate to Exhibit Hall.
Yes.
I'll be like, hey, 4 free points. You want to take Trailer Park? Take it, because guess what? I'm taking Exhibit Hall, which is off-center in this zone. So who really won?
Who really won? Indeed, I was just about to point that out. Exhibit Hall, which is notorious for usually being quite contested, or at the very least a team like 4 free points being there, was open. In fact, it's still open now. It does look like, though, looking at the map, Kitty Cat being the first one in the rotation, she's going to get there first before anyone else. And so that actually might shut that door on the strat that you were calling, which I agree with, by the way. If Panthers were able to get the res and go to Exhibit Hall, that would have been an amazing setup for the rest of the game.
And it's almost as if the 4 free points, the team thought the same thing. They're like, hey, our home, our drop spot is in the zone. Maybe we should go there. Looks like Kitty Cat is going to be getting that scouting, that intel. And looks like 4 free points are going to be piling into Exhibit Hall.
And look at Malkin, man. 14 limbs, tied for first place, almost 3K damage in first place for that, and 10 knocks for the Panthers. Not bad and not surprising to see a player like that on a team that is currently in 3rd place. But look at the point disparity. It's almost non-existent. 1 point separates 3 teams from 3rd to 5th.
Godspeed. I love that you're doing this breakdown here.
Yeah. Talk to me.
But that green flare from the Panthers, there's a team up to the north.
Yeah,
SBD.
There is.
They are going to see that green flare. And SBD currently in, hey, 2nd place.
I could do that, actually, in real life.
Well, we're going to have to see it.
No,
we're going to have to see it. You can't say you could do that and then not do it. So after this game, we're definitely going to have to see it. I don't know, though. Is it too early to celebrate? I think not. I think it's the perfect time. They're in 2nd place, 52 points.
Yeah, I'd say Team Sanity is fairly safe here. And, I mean, they got some moves. Oh, look at the coordination. That's clean.
It's beautiful. Yes, you and I will definitely do this tomorrow. Looks like Maple did.
If Team Sanity wins the event tomorrow, I agree. You and I will do that.
We're going to
do it on camera.
Confirmed. We're going to do it on camera. So, yeah, the Panthers, they call in that green flare. It looks like SPD avoided the push on that green flare. Now kind of stuck, sandwiched between the Panthers and 4 free points. Not the spot I want to be in.
But that shift, actually, helps out the Panthers quite a bit because they don't have to go as far on a rotation.
That is true. And talking about rotations, STX, we saw them last game, and I want to compliment this team because they came into today, Godspeed, only 8 points.
They were struggling.
8 points.
We were worried about them.
They got 30 so far here today, and they rotated. They're down here in the south. If they get a power position, they might be able to set up a late game and gatekeep a lot of teams looking to rotate in the southern half of the zone.
I just hope that they take their time and actually realize that they have a lot of room open to them. They have pretty much the entire north if they want it. Their east is completely clean, and so their rotations are really up to them. They just need to scout, but look at this, Pure now coming alongside.
Oh no, Koba looking for that drive-by shot right there. didn't recognize there's 3 other enemies from Pure out there in the fields. Caveman gonna be popping out with that Garoza, letting it rip onto King, but King with the BM run over, but Koba just too strong right there.
Wait, this is really messy right now. Is Koba, I was going to say, is Caveman going for the flush? No, he's trying to cover his teammate. King is going to find the flush there, and they are going to be down a member, but this is still okay. Remember, with the advent of the green flares, and the fact that right now King is kind of stuck behind his vehicle, especially because that thing is smoking. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get out with it. Maybe if he's feeling a little
blow it up,
a little ballsy, but we shall see.
Let's see how confident Team Wynnsanity really are. Because if they hear these shots, we saw them dancing earlier on. They're right there on the edge in the south. I want to see them third party this fight.
Well, right now, still, I mean, Syntax is trying to find some angles because I'm sure they want to get their teammate back, right? They want to use that green flare, but right now, bringing back Koba would basically be a death sentence and almost kind of worthless. Yeah, I'd be able to get a little information, but you already know you're surrounded, right? So what Syntax needs to do is either 2 things. They either need to separate themselves from this fight, or they need to find a knock and potentially push on that and try to wipe out Pure. I feel like disengaging and just trying to get a member up would probably be the safer play, but I mean, Syntax really, the onus is on them. What they're going to do, I'm not really sure. They've tended to go for the more aggressive plays, so we'll see if that's what they ended up going for here.
Looks like they did call in a drone, probably with the green flare, so they are going to have that green flare in the back pocket. Pure Love, I do like their little dip, their trench that they have right here. It's just low enough that the sight lines from STX in this compound are not visible. So Pure Love can really choose on when they want to peek their head up and look for these shots. But it looks like STX already prepared to do just that. And
they're crashing.
They're sending it. They're
I love it. The aggression. They know that they absolutely need these points. Why not just send it into a team you know just took a member down? And now Pandy throwing utility in. Now, these buildings are notoriously difficult to push because of the single staircase, but they're making it work here with the utility. If they find a knock, that's an easy push. I don't want to say easy, excuse me. That's going to be a possible push up these stairs. But again, Syntax with the ability to pull back, go to the separate building on the other side, and maybe just slow things down. It does look like a knock has gone out. Pure is going to go down to 3 members currently standing, but this is a very messy fight. And meanwhile, I'm actually looking at Team Sanity to see what they're going to do off this play, maybe third party, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking to get a better position. Caveman was able to heal up after being on fire, and Pandy catching some bullets to the dome right there. Caveman with the Garoza coming in for that cleanup right here onto Pure Love, and now they're just down to 1. Long, who was on the outskirts kind of playing that anchor, that sniper, that overwatch position right there. And oh, man. Shout out to Pure, though. They knew that they needed to take that fight. They knew that they needed to win that fight and get these points. We see them on the overall leaderboard, currently 7th place overall. That was a necessary fight.
I like the gumption, so to speak, to kind of take that fight. Leaving one behind, I get the idea behind it because you want to make sure you at least have an anchor. But the problem is when you're pushing those buildings, you need the numbers advantage, right? They could have played for trades a little more. They weren't able to get that, as we see Atomic go down here too long. But he's just the last member alive now, and he's got an absolute mountain to climb if he wants to try to get Pure to qualify here. He's going to get in the vehicle. It's not going to work. It's pretty much all but done and dusted on that front. And so Long, what do you have here? He's going to put up the deployable cover. That's going to save him for a little bit longer. And he's going to find the knock. Wait a second. It's not over yet. Long with the opportunity. And as I say that, I get excited. SurfnBoy is going to find that bolt that Guy has so been looking forward. And he's going to finish their hopes and dreams.
Nice point right there. Nice snipe, too, from SurfnBoy. And I was looking at the drone credits in Pure Love. They only had 600 at the end. So with that that anchor position, you always want to give your drone credits to that player so that if everything fails, they have at least enough to get one green flare. Yeah, a backup. So also that Overwatch, but with the backup over here. So let's see now. All eyes are going to be right now on Surf and Turf. Their team, they did lose 2, though. They did lose 2 on that push, trying to take out the solo from Pure. But
do you think they get 29 points this game?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to ask you that, actually. Do you think they'll get 29 points this game?
Man, the optimist in me really wants to say yes, but the realist just doesn't think so. I don't think with a duo, especially with the teams remaining and the players remaining in the lobby, that they're just going to find 29 points. I'm not going to say it's within the realm of impossibility. I don't think it's going to happen.
The thing is,
I hate to be that guy, too.
Did you not see the SurfnBoy snipe just a moment ago?
It was clean, man. It was clean.
Did you not see what I saw?
I'm looking at his snipes right now. You think that's going to be 29 points worth of snipes, buddy?
If there was the possibility, yes.
Look, I am one to believe in SurfnBoy as much as the next guy, but it's
not as much as me, obviously.
Clearly not as much as you. I mean, you think they're going to come from behind and just get first place here, which is, I mean, you do you, Dave.
Oh, I'm doing me all right. I am doing me, and talking about doing me, they're going to need to be mindful of all the teams looking to now rotate in the southern half of the west side of this zone. And talking about those teams, we got the Panthers, we got Strangers BD. They're looking to clash and hopefully not run over the duo left alive from Surf and Turf.
This is the crazy thing to me as well. All the teams have bunched up on the south. No one has realized that the north is completely open. There's now the majority of the teams down the south, and then meanwhile, Free 4 Points is just chilling in the middle, and then you have Team Sanity just off to the east with no pressure at all. And so these teams have essentially created a pressure cooker situation down in the south that I don't see a very clean resolution to.
And the fact that 4 free points are big chilling in the center instead of being ultra aggressive, even
Shocking,
with the clear numbers advantage when we're looking at the overall leaderboard, it goes back to what we mentioned in game 1. Sleep told me they're playing as if they're already in the finals, right? And that's the mindset. Yes, they could go out, they could get a bunch of elim points and destroy everybody's dream right now in the lobbies, but instead, they got their eye on the bigger picture, and they're looking for the chicken. They're looking to practice and hone those skills for tomorrow.
And that's what I would say as well. Like, there's really no reason for them not to do those things that we're talking about, just like kind of being aggressive or ruining someone's game. But
no reason.
The fact that they're not doing that shows the discipline, and the fact that they're still honing their game, making sure that going into the grand finals, because let's be honest, they're already going there, that they're going to be able to do the same thing they're doing in this lobby to the next lobby. And that is what I love about this team. That's also why I believe 4 free points is probably the best team that we've seen so far, again, in this lobby.
Oh, and talking about this lobby, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Awfully close to each other. Awfully close.
Oh, man.
And
2
look at
points.
the swap right there from
Literally
the Panthers.
2 points.
So SBD, Flash God, we heard just a moment ago, super happy to be here, to be competing at this level, driving off in the distance, vehicles smoking, tires popped. They can't afford to lose that duo here.
Oh, that's a juicy crate as well. And that will put anyone down, as well as a 3 helmet. That is that's a really nice weapon to go into the end game with, as well as the 3 vests and 3 helmet. I'm sure Kairos is gonna love that. Is 4 free points sitting in the center circle. We now move over to the Panthers, as they're actually kind of being chilling too. You know, they're sitting on the southwest side. They're in. They don't necessarily need to move quite yet, but they are going to have to deal with Syntax taking shots at them, potentially taking tires, ruining their vehicles. So I'm not really sure this is somewhere they want to hang out too long.
Drone cam. This is going to be 4 free points. Checking out STX. So the Panthers not as big chilling as they would hope to be.
Right.
They are chilling, but not big chilling, because SBD, they still got a duo alive, right? So it's really a race between those 2 teams to see who can survive longer, to see who can get more elim points in and really knock each other out of that top 4.
I just love how that drone was just harassing Syntax from 4 free points. They sent it all the way over there. It sat above them for quite a while. But yeah, I mean, none of these teams are going to move quite yet. They're just waiting for the circle pop, which is about to happen. And that is pretty much going to dictate what happens in this game. And it is going to be the south available to a team like Syntax. But it's going to be so busy in those flower fields as you see so many teams just starting to take shots and really trying to harass the other teams that are still trying to make it into the circle safely.
Yeah, and of course, the 2 teams that desperately need these points, that desperately needed the zone favor, of course, not in the
zone. Of course. I mean,
of course. New state.
Why would it be any other way?
You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it.
Would you have it any other way, though, as a caster, Dave? Of course not.
So let's see. Looks like Peterborough are going to be trying to group back up with their teammates here, maybe even smoking out of that vehicle. So the Panthers are looking for a move here. Looking to make some moves. Oh, they're going right on top of SBD, the duo.
I mean, that is the play, right? It's the weakest team as far as numbers goes in this lobby. They know that, or at the very least, they should know there's only 2 members of I'm pretty sure they were the ones that actually got the knocks on them. And so because of that, if you're going to go anywhere, north is probably the best. And they could honestly wrap around 4 free points if they want to, as we see White go down to a knock off in the distance.
From Sam.
Yeah, Team Sanity, and this is starting to become very dire. Looks like Panthers are going to send it into the middle, and they're going to find some refuge here. They actually make it to nice tin shacks on top of the vehicle they just took there, and now dead center in the circle, Dave.
Yeah, and they also left Peter Boy out in that dip too, which I love.
I do like that as well.
Love that, not putting all your eggs in that one basket to hope that this center little tin box, as you put it, is free and clear. So SBD with the duo now on the approach, most likely looking for that dip that Peter Boy is in. They're going to be driving right through the center of the Panthers here.
Peter Boy, though, he has to be careful. As the solo, this is the one thing I was worried about. Another team realizing that that dip was a very good position and taking it from him. And so I still agree with the play, but that was the one worry for the Panthers. They still have 3 up, though. They're still dead center in the circle. And at the very least, the team that took that position from them was a fractured duo.
But that's the team they need to knock out here.
That is true.
That's the team they need to knock out. Of course, they probably don't know the live leaderboards like we do, but they're going to go back and watch this and be like, oh my goodness, they were right there the whole time. So,
Syntax is out. Sitting in 4th place tied. And although we have tiebreakers in place, you know that they're just hoping that Strangers BD don't get anything else out of this.
Wow, Team Sanity
is
just sniping
devastating.
them. Just sniping them.
And Team Sanity's been there the whole time, by the way, sitting on the northeast edge, just taking shots and really just taking their time and, of course, taking the circle in that last shift.
It is going to be close. You know, most likely tiebreaker possibly here. And Syntax, what improvements have they made today? We were talking about them. They shot up easily plus 30 points today. So shout out to Syntax right there. Can they maintain that 4th place position? Well, it all comes down to the last zone.
Panthers have an absolutely huge, a monumental task in front of them here. They have to make sure that they hold out 4 free points because this is the position that that team is gunning for. If FFP actually get this push on the Panthers, that's it. I believe their dream would probably be over. I think the points would go over to Strangers BD just because of the team wipe. And that's it. So this is everything.
And look who's pushing them.
Panthers have to absolutely hold this off, and I believe they just called in a flare as well, a player. So this is going to be a very, very small distraction. I doubt he's going to make it to the floor, but at the very least, he might be able to get some information on the push coming from 4 free points.
That is risky.
It is, but I like it. I really like it.
These points could be the deciding factor. That point in the air, if SBD get it.
Oh, and the nade coming down, and actually, is Peter Boy going to make it? No, he's not. Sam's going to find it, and all of a sudden, this is a 2-on-4. Free 4 points. Or excuse me, 4 free points now, going on to the duo of the Panthers, just holding legal that door. This is everything. Can he hold it out? No, that is it. But wait, they're now tied with Syntax. Strangers BD going to move up in 3rd place.
But wait, there's more, and they're done. Out. And of course, the top 2 teams in the lobby.
And the op shot.
To duke it out
my.
In the final match here of Group Number A. And top 4 after this, Godspeed, will be moving to tomorrow's lobby.
And I'll tell you right now, I actually just got confirmation. Team Panthers, they win the tiebreaker. They're in. That's all they needed.
So SBD up there, the Panthers up there, and I can't believe that 4th place came down to a tiebreaker.
It was broken by elims, and Panthers just had more. Oh, man. As we go into this final fight between these 2 teams that are already qualified, I just want to give a massive shout out to Syntax on their incredible improvement over the day, even though they didn't qualify.
What a game, too. The final game, 8 elim points. Now, I'm looking at Cloudy, though. Cloudy has been in the south, separated from the team for the longest. Oh, it looks like Sleep, though, is going to be spotting out that little bobble in the flower fields right there. And M249, formerly known as 4 free points, looking to get the final chicken dinner here of Group A.
And it is going to be Team Sanity that actually holds the circle. And so even though they are down 2 members, you see that deployable shield coming out. Look, I've seen some pretty insane stuff from duos today. I'm not going to count anything out, even though it is against 4 free points.
Maple does have the MG3, though. The MG3.
Oh, wait a second.
The shredder right there. Kitty Cat getting a little too aggressive.
I love that,
with
using the shield.
Sleep trying to get that arm shot right here. So Jason with the grenade knows exactly where Maple is here.
But
it's gonna be a challenge.
Yeah, this defense, though, mounted by Team Sanity is very impressive. Kitty Cat obviously feeding as much information as she can over. But, I mean, at this point, 4 free points knows exactly what's happening. There's a deployable shield in front of them and an MG3 potentially holding them out. But even still, Maple is just doing so well to be such a force as a solo. As Sam is sneaking, and this is massive.
#1 player in the lobby after yesterday going to be tossing a grenade right on top of Sleep. Sleep hitting the dirt right there.
It's beautiful.
Sam, that's good. And Wynnsanity at the same time popping their head up with the Yogg to get the spray down. And Jason, the last one alive.
Just Jason, and what? Are you kidding me? Yes, the position was advantageous for them. They got the circle, but still another duo performance out of this team. And man, is it impressive.
And you know what this fight shows me? Tomorrow is going to be spicy between the two teams, man. These two teams in particular, since game 1 yesterday, just popping off. So all these teams, whoever qualifies from Group B, they are going to need to review the footage, the VODs tonight, go over it multiple times, because their biggest challenge right here are those two teams that we just saw right there at the end.
And just to remind everyone, we still have Group E coming up. That's the conclusion of Group A, but man, what a group that was. And Team Sanity and for 3 points, dude, that fight was insane. But again, I want to give a massive shout out to the teams that we did lose, especially Syntax and Buhos, as well as Pure. I mean, it was so close. It was honestly so close. That last fight could have been anything. The Panthers just barely qualifying there with the tie, and Strangers BD as well. Man, this was a dream group.
Yes, sir. And GG's too. GG's for all those teams that did make it this far and did not qualify. Don't give up, because there's plenty of more opportunities in the future. This is only the first time for North America competitive. So hopefully they keep coming back here at Godspeed. But ladies and gentlemen, talk about coming back. We're going to send to a break while we set up Lobby B, baby.
Live from Burbank, California, it is your new State Mobile Mashup Grand Final Analyst Desk. I'm your host, Seltzer, and joining me, I've got Guy Blaze and Cammy D. And gentlemen, we have seen a whole big mix-up at the last minute here in Group A.
We really have. You know, the way that bracket, the way that group broke down in those final few fights, just watching that scoreboard at the end and seeing Syntax, Pure Love, Boo Holes, Strangers, all of them compete for that top 4 spot, it was super exciting, Cam.
Yeah, the fact that it was decided on a tiebreaker. I mean, I'm not going to pat myself on the back for this, but I really am. This is exactly why I was continuing to support, teams like Team Panthers, because when it came down to it, these teams who had performed so well in the qualifiers, they finally said, you know what, we can't just sit around and hope that something comes to us. We have to actually take it for ourselves. And good try to Syntax as well. They tried, unfortunately for them, unlike Panthers, their day one was just too bad that it was just too short of them getting over that lead.
And it was so crazy because at the end, the fight that 4 free points took on Panthers got it got Strangers into the finals and not Syntax out based off of placement points. So Syntax, I know they were looking at 4 free points, like, oh, now you want to be aggressive in the lobby when we're knocked out? Like, you could have did that 2 minutes ago when you guys had all the points and nothing else to lose. But it was a great one. Bullho's hot dropped on Syntax. Want to talk about a power play?
Gentlemen, I have a treat for you. We don't even have to sit here and like recall these moments. We can actually go to a quick breakdown of all 3 of our matches that happened today. Starting with match 4 this morning when things started to get a little strange for the teams.
Yeah, this is when we saw the teams really try and get a little aggressive. I like Strangers BD, how they played on the north side of this island. Very difficult for all the teams who weren't 4 free points because they just had full control of a lot of different angles. But yeah, Strangers BD really coming out with a solid showing to start the day off.
Yeah, this was super important for them. This was, I believe, the first match of the day was the Bridge Hills that we kicked off on, and Strangers took the long rotation and into the hill to avoid 4 free points and avoid all that chaos, and that's what ended up winning them match number 1.
Yeah. The next match up was, this was a very, very standard game in terms of the circle not going crazy, the terrain not being really crazy, and that meant that you could really see a lot of the teams fully step up. You saw Sad there as well. He got that 3-piece for himself, and just with these teams just approaching the endgame circles, not having to worry about any extraneous factors. It's just them versus the enemy.
Yeah, them versus the enemy, and this is where STX, you know, they use their aggression and take down 4 free points in this one to take over that high ground and win match number 5. But the thing is that, you know, as we start looking at match number here in a second, 4 free points, they didn't win any games today, all right, which was a big surprise. But when we come down to the last one, match 6, this was one of the best opportunities in which they had to come out with a W, but Team Wynnsanity being down a man in a 4v4 fight in the late game, fights in which we've seen FFP take blindfolded before, which it seems like, but Wynnsanity, they took it at a disadvantage, and I know that's going to give them a lot of confidence going into that finals lobby, knowing that they can take down the best.
Yeah, I hope we get to see it after this little segment here, because yes, exactly, right here. I love this play by Cloudy, but you cannot outflank the flank master of Sleep. He's thinking, you know what, if I was in Team Sanity's position, what would I do? Oh, I'd be right here, bam, right there, taking out the potential X factor. Unfortunately, for 4 free points, Sanity was still able to come out with the victory there, but that was such a great standoff at the very end to cap off Group A.
Well, yeah, you can see why, even if they didn't pick up any wins today, any chicken dinners, they kept a nice, comfortable spot at the top of the scoreboard. But looking at the next 3 teams, Cam, I am proud to say that you nailed it there on the Panthers. They squeaked in at the end.
It was close. It was very, very close. But yeah, this is the Panthers that I grew to love during the qualifiers. Hopefully this is the Panthers that come out from game 1 on Sunday and not have to wait until the very end to suddenly wake up and remember, oh, wait a second, we actually have to play this game. We have to be aggressive. It's a tale as old as Battle Royale esports. If you are being way too scared in the like in these rounds, in the grand finals of any tournament, you're not going to get the points.
Absolutely. Well, Cam, Blaze, we actually have a wonderful opportunity. Once again, we've got Wynnsanity on the phone, and I'd love to check in with him after the matches today. When, just tell me your feelings on the rest of your team here. You feeling pretty proud?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That last match, it felt like everything we were working towards over those 6 matches really came to fruition at the end there, and we really gelled as a squad. We were having a great time, hit a couple emotes, and ended up getting the chicken dinner. So couldn't be more happy with how it went.
Yeah, no, y'all was definitely vibing throughout the entirety of that matchup. We got a chance to see the emotes on broadcast, and it was looking clean, just like your skins. But what I want to talk about is that clean team fight that you guys had at the end there, because you were down a man going up against 4 free points. What was going through your mind to get that W?
We got a little bit lucky in the events leading up to that final fight. We saw the team across the field calling in tons of flares, but we got blessed with 2 red crate drops right in our compound. So we were able to go toe to toe with those better weapons versus them. Got a little lucky with the circle, and we just played it super well. Kluodi had that off angle, and I was able to work up into the field, and I kind of sacrificed myself to kind of trade knocks, but it really set up a fight. And they, their attention was on me, so I was taking their fire, and even though I got knocked, it set up the rest of my teammates to really get that chicken dinner. So great teamwork, I think, in the comms. We really were firing on all cylinders there.
Nice flank on the right.
Yeah, listen, I just want to ask, going into tomorrow, you guys looked super good coming out of the gates yesterday, and today even better, actually catching up pretty well on the scoreboard with 4 free points. What's your confidence levels going into tomorrow? Because you're going to have to face off with the 4 best teams from Group B, which we don't know who that's going to be yet, but do you think it's going to be that much harder of a lobby for you, or is it more just another day at work?
Well, we really felt like the lobby we were in was very skilled. Even for the teams that didn't qualify from our group, they did a phenomenal job, and they really, put us to the test. And, we're going to have more great teams come from Group B, but at the end of the day, 8 teams are going to drop in, and only 1 team's going to win each match. So if we just keep doing what we're doing, we've clearly proven that we can frag out. We've got the same amount of kills as free points. If we just work a little bit better on our placement and consistency there, we had, 2 chicken dinners, a 2nd place, a 4th place, and then a couple goose egg, 7th or 8th places there that didn't help us out. But if we can string together, a little bit better rotations and just trying to survive a little longer, we can get the kills when they matter. But if we can get those placement points too, I'm fully confident we're going to walk home tomorrow with a lot of money. So I'm excited.
Well, when you bring so much insight to the team, it's been really a treat listening to kind of break down your team strategy, your analysis over the course of yesterday and today. I got to imagine you're taking a look at the matches, you're taking a look at what Group B does have to offer in relation to Cam's question. And what I'm wondering here is, if you were to be so generous, is there any coaching you have for Noah's team? Anything you think that would get them into Sunday with you?
Hey, I saw Sixless was rocking that DP28, and he might be bringing some knowledge with him from some other Battle Royale games, but New State's a different beast. It's a much different game, and I think we're seeing some people learn that the hard way here. I'm proud of my team, and I really found some guys that were great at New State, and they know the ins and outs and the intricacies of this title, and I think we put that on display here too. So I would just tell everyone else, and especially Noah's team, this is a much different game as they are realizing and learning. And I hope they qualify. I want to see those guys in the grand finals. I saw Noah saying something about dancing on my dead body, but it might be the other way around. So we'll see.
Well, if Group B plays out anything like Group A played today, it could still be any team's game. So we'll be rooting for Noah, and maybe he'll have some advice for you later on. But is there anything you want to say to all the fans that have been watching, cheering for you, and loving the progress that you and your team have made?
Thank you to everybody for watching. I appreciate all the support. It's been such an experience for me. I really enjoy playing competitively, being able to play on my iPad too, which is my main device. I've got a lot to learn, and I've got great teammates that are helping me along the way, so thanks to them. And thanks to everyone for tuning in and all the support. Can't wait to see you guys show out tomorrow. We've got a lot of money on the line, and it's going to be intense.
Oh, it's so nice to talk to Wynnsanity. What a lovely player, and what a great just face for the community. He's got a lot of good stuff to say. And I feel the same way about you guys. Guy, Cam, you great faces for the community. Very, very good brains up in there. And those brains we've asked to point to predictions. And I got to say, you've done very impressive so far. Where is your team prediction list sitting at right now?
Well, I hope I'm doing the community proud and predicting these and talking about the teams out there. But when it came down to Group A, well, I got 3 right. I got 4 free points in there. Strangers BD, Team Sanity, but I didn't get Boo-Holes Gaming, so a big X there for me. And maybe I would have got Boo-Holes if they didn't hot drop Syntax.
No. You wouldn't have gotten them anyway, because at the end of the day, the aggression from Team Panthers came out on top of the conservative nature from Boo-Holes Gaming. You got to actually go out and get the points. You can't just wait for them. I mean, granted, yeah, I also got one wrong too. I'm only 3 for 4 as well. Pure Love didn't step up in the way that Panthers did. It was actually Syntax that was the team that really brought it close at the end, but we're tied. That's the important part.
Yeah, but whoever loses first round on them, okay? Y'all heard it here first.
Is that what the
yeah, you
the
get,
stakes are?
You get to benefit from this. So
It's
yeah,
true. It's great.
Yeah.
I didn't take any bets at all. Well, gentlemen, we have another set of teams that I'm going to need you to turn those big brains towards next, and those are the ones in Group B. You made some predictions earlier on, but as we saw today, it is a mix-up on the field of Troy. So what are you thinking for these guys?
You know, Group B it's going to be electrifying. Just 'cause the fact is that this group was a lot closer than we saw Group A as of yesterday. So some of that same tension that we got in Match 6 of the first group, I think we're going to get every single matchup in 4, 5, and 6 for Group B, watching those placings change each and every time.
It's not just because they're closer, it's also the fact that I hope they watched the first 3 games that we just saw and they realize how much ground they could make if they actually go for these aggressive plays like, once again, Panthers did. So hopefully they're going to go right off the bat with it on their game number 4.
And with that, you want to make it sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. Aggressive early. That's the name of the game here as we head on into Group B. And we've got 2 excellent casters to take us through all that action. I'm going to hand you over now to Godspeed and Mustache Dave.
Thank you so much again from our just phenomenal desk, Dave. I mean, let's just be honest. Let's call it what it is. They are absolutely wonderful. And yes, I agree 100% that this is going to be, and it has been at the very least, a little more of a much more competitive group, so to speak.
Pretty amazing day, all things considered. And if in Group B, we can kind of have a similar team shoot up the leaderboards from that bottom 4, kind of like what STX did in Lobby A, it's going to be exciting. Because, like you mentioned, all the teams here very close on the overall leaderboards.
Yep. Well, I mean, let's just get right into it, Dave. We're starting off with our first game of Group B here. Let's get into the game.
Yes, sir.
All righty then. Now, when I look at Group B and I look at the teams that maybe kind of in Syntax's position, especially one that I was super excited for, it's Burn in Silence for this group. And they haven't had the best showing yet. Again, only 3 games, but I'm really hoping that they step it up the way Syntax did in Group A.
Yeah, Silence is in their name here, but I don't think they've been as silent as Syntax from day 1.
That is 100% true.
Syntax day 1 only had 8 points. When we look at Burn in Silence here today, coming into this match, 15 points. So the fact that, kind of like what Guy Blaze said on the desk right there, this lobby so close.
Yes.
The points are so close. There's not just one team all the way at the top who is a clear winner, right?
Yeah.
Because Americas and 7 Nations Army, only 1 point. That's first and second, and then it goes down from there. So it is really anybody's game here today in these 3 matches. And there's already a couple areas on the map, these hot areas that are being contested very early on.
And I'm specifically looking at Americas and Machine Gun Nest dead center there just at Anchorville. Then even to the northwest, they're just above Swanton. You have 2 teams as well clashing it out. Actually, I think 3 teams there, and that's going to be Instinct. I think 7 Nation Army is up there. And if I'm not mistaken, I think La Familia is dropping up there as well as we now move to this fight that's happening here just at Anchorville.
Yes, sir. And remember, the Machine Gun Nest, the only team with the coach.
Exactly.
Coach Godspeed. So maybe that coach told him. Maybe that coach told him, hey, we should drop Anchorville. We should look to take these fights up against these strong teams. And I'm pointing that out because they're taking the fight up against Americas. And I know Americas are only in first place by only 1 point. But if you look at this lobby and just the aggression, the team fights from yesterday's games, America is one of the strongest teams in the lobby right here. So for them to hot drop them early. Sins! Oh, not the upgraded mutant, so you're not going to get that full auto. But the fact of the matter is, you can definitely tell, this is like a Coach Godspeed recommendation here, in my opinion. If I'm the Machine Gun Nest and Coach Godspeed has some words of advice, you're dead last. You drop the first place team. I think that's what you do here, and I love to see it.
I mean, it definitely would build confidence if they were able to just drop the first place team in the Americas like that, but it doesn't seem to be that's exactly what's going to happen. And you know what? I'm fine with that. Honestly, the fact that only 24 points separates the Machine Gun Nest down at the bottom in 8th place and first place in the Americas, that is much more of a hopeful situation than some of the disparities we saw in the last lobby. And again, that's because there's no teams like 4 Free Points or Team Sanity, to be honest, to really sponge those up. And I think that's why this lobby's been much more competitive at the very least. And I actually can't wait to see who's going to make it out in the top 4 in this one. But, you know, we still got 3 games, and this one, at the very least, Lobby B did tend to be a little slower in the beginning, and I don't see anything changing, but that's okay as long as these teams are taking the time to make sure they know exactly what their play is going to be moving in rotations and their macros so that we don't see any crazy mistakes and we see some
Slow
great
and
fights.
steady.
Oh, yeah.
Slow
and steady.
And steady here.
They
That's
say
what
it
we
wins
saw
the
yesterday.
race, or so I've heard.
The turtle. The turtle. That's what we're talking about. No turtles here, though. No turtles here on Troy. At least I haven't noticed any. And you talked about the point difference. I'm going to bring it up here one more time. Last time. But STX. 30-plus points today.
30-plus.
They were able to acquire.
Yeah,
so you talked about first to last. It's around that number.
Yeah, I mean, if Syntax can do it in the lobby
Anyone
against
can do
those,
it.
yeah, of course.
Against
I mean,
the
Syntax
top
is great,
two
don't get me wrong, yeah.
Arguably in all of New State NA right now, right? I mean, let's be real. Team Sanity, 4 free points, dominating here. So we saw just a moment ago, team from Noah. I'm bringing them up because I actually spoke to Angry Boy from the Americas. Their plan today is early game third partying. But the reason I'm bringing up Americas right now is because I asked them, hey, are any teams you're worried about? And they said team from Noah. And I was actually surprised. And the reason that is the team is because team from Noah have good long-range sniper abilities.
I see.
So that was very interesting to learn.
Okay. And yeah, I mean, maybe in certain positions, the team from Noah is actually giving them more troubles than some of the other teams, even though they find themselves in first place, which is very possible. I mean, it's possible to have a rival that isn't necessarily on the same level, but just does things that really messes you up, right? And that seems to be the case in what team from Noah is doing to the Americas. And as I'm looking at the map here as we follow Seven Nations Army, I've noticed that Burn and Silence actually, they looted Lab. They're completely uncontested, and they're actually going to get this beautiful ridgeline to play with, and that could potentially spell trouble for a team here like Seven Nations Army that's going to plan to rotate at some point towards the north, I imagine.
Seven Nations Army around 3.6k damage yesterday. Actually, the damage leaders in the lobby. And you know what scares me the most about Seven Nations Army? Talking to Escalona.
Well, nothing scares you, so I'm surprised anything does. So
Oh,
why don't you tell me,
dude,
Dave?
I'm scared of a lot of things, all right? I just don't put it out there. But I'm putting this out here. What scares me is that Seven Nations Army, talking to their in-game leader, they told me they're here playing for fun. No stress, no pressure.
Oh, my.
And I'm like,
That's
do you
dangerous.
know that there's 200K on the line tomorrow? Like, yeah.
And they're like, wait, there
do.
is? Oh, we don't care.
They do. And that scares me because if you have that mindset just to play these games, have fun, have a good time, that's all good and gravy. But they're doing that, and they're in second place doing that. That's what scares me.
Isn't that kind of what, as we look at Violent by Nature here, isn't that actually, real quick, yeah, they have 14 eliminations, 3,400 damage, and 18 knocks, which is a pretty impressive stat line considering the competitiveness of this lobby. And honestly,
it doesn't scare you though. Does it scare you?
Well, it does.
Like Seven Nations Army scares me.
But that's the thing. Seven Nations Army are playing very similar to what we were talking about with 4 free points. You know, they're just having fun or playing like they've already qualified, and that is absolutely terrifying when you have a team rolling around with that type of confidence. And I mean, we see it right here. They're in second place, as you said.
But does it scare you? Godspeed. Coach Godspeed of the Machine Gun
There's
Nest.
not a lot of things that scare me, you know?
Oh, man. Okay.
Spiders absolutely do, though. I can't stand spiders.
Spiders. Okay. Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Spiders. If you want to catch
Fortunately,
a
there's
fast
no spider-esque teams in this lobby, so
Not yet.
I'm good to cast.
Maybe next season. Maybe next season.
Yeah, you never know what the future holds.
You
La
know,
Familia here.
We're
rotating in.
waffling here, but it's because this lobby, very slow early game lobby. We saw it yesterday. We're going to see it today. And I think we can also kind of see that on the leaderboard how close everything is. It's because everybody loves kind of playing that edge. But today, a lot more teams opting to go a little more center a little earlier on here. So there is slight difference here in this game number 1 so far.
Yeah, and what I'm curious is if this is going to cause problems in the future of these games here, Dave, because, I mean, you know it. When you have a situation in a BR where the circle closes and all the teams basically are still alive. We actually had that the other day where we had, I think,
18 minutes.
18 minutes in, all the teams alive. That is going to lend to a lot of chaos, and oftentimes that chaos is not very controllable. Normally, when you get in a fight, you can kind of control that chaos and figure out exactly how you want to approach, or if you can go for a res or what have you. When you have 8 teams, 3 to 4 members alive each, in circle 6, that chaos becomes pretty much exactly that, uncontrollable chaos. It's just chaos.
And don't forget, we are playing extreme mode. So
Yes.
an average game is between 20 and 23 minutes. So we have
Not a lot of time.
everybody alive at 18
minutes,
minutes when there's only a couple more to
Big
go.
chat's starting to see where we're going with
Yeah,
this.
so expected today. I love to see it, and I'm gonna love to see it tomorrow. Kind of the different strategies, or I guess game plans or play styles. There it is.
Sure.
There's the word. Because there is definitely two completely different play styles compared to Lobby A to B.
And mixing those will be fun. And I actually just want to see, even in this game alone, as we go through these last 3 games of Group B, what are some of the adjustments that the teams have made? We haven't really seen anything crazy yet. Again, as you stated, this is more of a methodical lobby, at the very least, less aggression. But that is, I'm sure, going to get thrown out the window, especially in the next game or game after, once we see some of the teams on the bottom settle and realize that, hey, we really need to start pushing for these points.
Yeah. So recap of the action. The machine gun nest did hot drop the Americas.
Yes, which resulted in nothing but
And
a
that's the
position
recap,
swap.
and that's
Yep,
the
that's
recap.
it. Well, actually, that's not true. Seven Nations Army did lose one as well in a rotation. But overall, I mean, looking at the map and the way that it's set up as well, you have a very large clump of teams there to the north with Machine Guns Nest as well as Seven Nations Army, Burn in Silence, and then Americas. And then on the south, you actually have a lot of control by Violent by Nature. The only team really in contention for them is Instinct, and they are, I think, just right here, we're seeing on the screen, just 4 up in a car, which can be very dangerous in its own.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be able to safely rotate on the edge of the south, just west of Mesa. And right ahead of them is going to be, I believe, VBN.
Oh, yeah, Violent by Nature, baby.
I'm looking at them, and they're looking in this direction. So they're definitely keeping tabs on their backside here. So we might have some fights here erupt. And then up there to the north, La Familia still on that rotate. They've been driving around for a good amount of time here so far.
And that's actually fine. I like the fact that they didn't rush into the circle. We talked about it again, clumping early. So if they play on the edge, which would probably be more advantageous in this position, or this situation, I should say, they're not going to have to deal with that mid-game scuffle of all the teams starting to condense on each other. They should be able to play on the outside and really just third party and get some picks. So I do like this idea, at the very least, from La Familia. Let's see if they can execute on that.
Not a bad idea. And talking about ideas, Americas, they got 2 drone scouts right now. They're out there, they're getting that intel, they're living their life, they're spending their drone credits, something that I love to see. Talking about spending your drone credits, team from Noah also calling in a care package out there from that east side. So right now, what I'm seeing is a lot of teams preparing for that late game.
And as we see one of the members here from Seven Nations Army being called back, shots obviously be, oh my, is he gonna make it down? It seems like he is. Oh, he's so low, he makes it down. That's gonna be a nice pick up there to get their 4th back into the game. And just like that, we're basically back at no losses. Every team is full up. We're approaching basically the midway point of the game as Phase 3 is about to come to a close here in about a minute 30. And yeah, I also want to point out, actually, team from Noah is in a really nice position just off center there at Factory, and that should help them at the very least start pick up a little more kills and get themselves more involved.
As we said, slow and steady. We don't want no clumps in the hot chocolate that we're mixing with the hot water, you know? So slow and steady. And it looks like the team from Noah being proactive, once again preparing for that late game, already with the green flare in the back pocket, just in case they need to utilize that, which they most definitely will. And we heard in the interview, actually, interesting notes yesterday from Noah, one of their biggest downfalls were vehicle rotations. And that's something that we should look for today.
They did struggle with that,
they recognize they weren't good at yesterday, and they're looking to improve that here today.
And again, in a tougher lobby, those kind of hiccups are going to happen, right? So as long as they went back, which it seems like they did, they watched the VODs and be like, all right, our rotations were a little weaker yesterday. Let's kind of work on that. Let's maintain whether, you know, it was our gunfighting skills or our long-range skills, because obviously some of the teams are kind of worried about their long-range shooting. Great, keep that. Just work on the thing that was weak for them, which, yeah, it was the rotations. That's where they seem to struggle the most. Unfortunately for them right now, at least with this circle, they don't even really have to go anywhere, Dave.
But I do appreciate the fact that they recognize they needed to improve, right? They recognize
it's first step.
What they were weak at, right? So shout out to them over here. And talking about the shout outs, we got Cammy D on the map breakdown.
Yeah, so this shift, it's not too hard of a shift, but you still do want to note that we're seeing a couple of teams, one of which is already on the move, taken out of the zone. And there are a couple of teams that are already in control here at center, Burn and Silence especially, and that is, as we know, a team that is on the chase. There are a couple of positions in the city here and maybe on the hills that you can control, but it looks like everyone is trying to converge on a position that is already being held here on the southeast side. And as you heard the commentator saying, there has been a lot of avoidance of fighting right now. So come on, guys, time is up. You got to go start collecting those points.
Cammy's not wrong, because I don't know if you've noticed with that shift, but there still has been almost minimal fighting here. And we have an entire lobby full of teams still, Dave.
Yeah, the map breakdown guy, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
Just like the commentators
Just like the commentator. Yep, I feel you there, Dave.
Aren't wrong. So out here, though, we might actually get some action, as it does look like a couple teams like Instincts no longer in the zone. We got team from Noah no longer in the zone. And then, of course, La Familia after that really wide rotate all the way from that west side to the north to the east side. So 3 squads right now, Godspeed. They need to come up with a game plan on how to breach this circle. And Instincts, though, they're still 4 in a vehicle. This is risky.
Not only that, but I really wish they would have scouted, because I mean the west side, the south was completely open. If anything, they're now rotating to the busiest side of the circle. They're doing this long eastern wrap. They're going to be right behind La Familia, who themselves are not in the circle, on top of the fact that you have Seven Nations Army just sitting there on the northeast side just waiting to pick off anyone anyways. And if they do try to send it more center, Burn and Silence is there. Now obviously we are the ones that are sitting here with, you know, with all the information, we can see all that. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I didn't see Instincts really scouting that much anyways, or even using a drone. We are not seeing a lot of drone usage in this lobby.
I'm big sad. But kind of analyzing Instincts here just a little more, and I'm just kind of trying to remember, I did speak to Toxic, and they said they spent all night long analyzing this group and where people like to rotate and drop. So I'm almost curious as if they're methodically rotating, staying out there on the edges, playing really slow. Because yesterday they did improve by, what, 40%, Luke said, from opens?
Oh, yeah.
So Instincts have improved tenfold here in this lobby.
I just want to make sure they don't make any decisions based off of just lack of information, right? That's the one thing that we saw happen to them before in the past, and I'm just hoping that's not something they're going to repeat. I trust the fact that they definitely did VOD review. The fact that they've come into these finals as strong as they are has been wonderful. And yeah, we'll just see where they take it from here. I'm just going to trust in what you're saying and what they're saying, that they know what's going on.
Trust the
process. They know what's going on.
Talk about trust in the process. La Familia, so scared right now. We even saw him toss a grenade and a molly on that second story of the guard tower, playing really slow and scared here as the machine gun nest Nudes is going to be taking some shots at these tires. Remember Nudes, the banana guy from yesterday in the boat here. Who can forget him?
How could I forget?
Popping all the tires, though, taking away that utility. And this is an important thing to note, because both these teams, if you can see on the mini map,
they're on the edge.
Right on the edge. So they're definitely going to need it unless they get a hard shift.
And so, yeah, I would even say, like, Sins might want to move his vehicle just to make sure, you know, it's not within line of sight as far as those tires are concerned. They've done a really good job of taking out all the tires there from the team of La Familia, as well as trapping them down under that tower. And so this is basically just, you know, them doing their due diligence, making sure that they don't let La Familia move. And if the next circle shift happens, that team is the least well-equipped to kind of get more central.
I love it, man. I love it. And Instincts, they did finally breach the zone, found a nice little hill. Got a couple drone creds. They can call on a red flare if they want. But the next circle goes up here, Godspeed. So it does go up there to the north. A couple teams are going to be on the edge here. But really, team from Noah and Burn and Silence, big chillin'. But team from Noah, not big chillin'. All the way down there in the south.
And they actually repositioned that wrap. I like that idea. They realized the south was free. They're like, okay, let's go rotate there. Unfortunately, the circle had some different ideas going into it. Shift was way north. They are now going to have to contend with a team, I believe, to get in. And that is the biggest issue when you have these lobbies that are kind of hesitant to fight or don't really clash.
Yeah.
When you start going into phase 5, 6, 7, you're going to have to make a decision that you probably didn't want to make, which is crash your team, get really aggressive, take a risky rotation, and
they might crash.
Kind of what's happening
right
here.
Follow the blue smoke if you want to get into
Also, this
action.
is a gasoline vehicle, so they're going to be heard when they're rotating in.
Yes, they are heard. And it looks like they're going to be opting to possibly go on this hill.
And take time, I hope, and scout maybe? That would be
they're avoiding that compound. They're avoiding that team that they know for a fact is in that tower. Very interesting move right here, as they are going to be rolling right into the crosshairs.
Oh, wait.
Machine gun nest.
Machine gun nest hasn't even heard it. I don't even think they're looking in this direction. So there's a very real chance maybe a pick or two happens, but they are getting ready to move as well. They know that the circle is going to start moving, and so this is good heads up here from Machine Gun Nest. But again, I'm not even sure they're aware that From Noah is right behind them. Blues now coming in, rotations coming.
They're actually sending it over here, so yeah. They're not even paying attention from Team From Noah.
Yeah. And they're wrapping in. They should find a decent little spot here. I like this, using the terrain to their advantage. They know that they're going to be able to hold out at the very least La Familia. But again, they have to watch out their back. Burn in Silence with an angle on this. And Team From Noah now as well started to sneak into the circle. So now the onus, on La Familia, what is their play?
And it goes back to, remember, a couple moments ago, they were getting their tires popped.
Correct. So they have no
getting
vehicles.
their tires popped. So now they're stuck out there in the blue, getting chunked out just a little bit. And then the machine gun nest rotated in front of them to gatekeep them right there. So that was all planned, and it worked out great for the machine gun nest.
Absolutely love this, and it does seem like having a coach has paid off for them, because so far the moves that they've been making this game have been fantastic.
Coach Godspeed, shout out to him right there.
Yeah, I'm not the coach, Dave. I mean, I wish I could take credit for that, though. That was a really beautiful play, honestly. And so now it's going to be Noah from YouTube, who are on the backside of that play from the Machine Gun Nest, are just getting absolutely peppered by multiple teams. The main culprit, though, being Burn in Silence, as they are doing a healthy amount of damage. And now look at this. A vehicle actually rotated in right behind. And it's going to be La Familia's desperation play, and I don't think that worked out at all. They're going to go out in 8th place as Team From Noah is desperately trying to survive. And if you want to support Noah, please go to his YouTube. He needs it all. He needs all the support he can get right now.
Yeah, not doing so bad though on the overall leaderboards. We can see them right there in 5th place, and they still have Sixless alive, who in North America has crowned the best snake in NA. So if you are going to have a solo looking to get these placement points, that is definitely going to be that player. Noah is still alive behind the tree. The thing is, this is not in the next circle, and BIS, for a fact, I see 4 enemies looking right over here across the road, just waiting from Team From Noah to pop their heads up and take them out.
As excited as I am for this endgame to happen, it's going to be an absolute mess. Here comes the first push now. We're seeing it's going to be Instincts Mexican finding one knock now, trying to go up on the backside. On the other side of this, it is going to be indeed a really, really quick wipe. I believe onto Seven's Nation Army. I mean, that was almost instantaneous.
See ya. And that's a big team to take out here, because they are in 2nd place coming into this game. So I wonder if it's so fun now getting wiped out this early on in the match. As Sixless crossing the road with his scar.
Yeah, look at this.
Clearing a path.
The 2 remaining members now from Team From Noah are now pushing on to Burn in Silence. A knock is going to be found. Sixless trying to find another, and he does. But he's going to get traded out. Beautiful shots there. Cry's going to go down as well. Noah from YouTube going to find Santi. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Res potentially, it's going to be so close, especially with this grenade. Cry could be huge. And Noah knows he has to run. Shots could come in his direction. Not going to quite flush him out, though. Noah's going to survive right behind Voxel.
Cry's grenade right there, just spelling disaster for the pickup.
But he can still get points.
Noah's still alive. He did get a heal off, a boost. Healing up just a little bit. We got Mercy. We got Cry still alive for Burn in Silence. They know for a fact that Noah's right here.
Yep, they
Cry's
do know.
looking for a ricochet.
Oh, no, he did.
Oh,
it was cooked a little too well done. A little too well done. A little more on the medium rare side. That would have been perfect. But regardless, they need to get rid of Noah right now.
In the blue. Ooh, right there on the edge. Noah trying to clutch it out right now.
He's got 2 seconds before this starts moving. Cry setting up with a really nasty angle. They're going to see him cross over. And Noah's still sneaking in. He is surviving, man. Does not want to say die. He's not going to find the knock, though. Mercy is going to get it. That's going to be 2 members from Burn in Silence now moving out of this compound. Meanwhile, we miss... I mean, so many teams died in the span of us just watching Noah for a second there, and that's because of how many were left alive. Circle is 100% going to favor... You know what? You called it. Instinct. You know, they knew exactly what they were doing. Clearly, they knew the circle was going to end here, and their plays to get here have been phenomenal so far. It's going to be 3v1v2. Burden and Silence still with a duo and a chance to win this game.
It's in their name, Godspeed. It is in their name, as they're going to be the only team in the zone, like you mentioned. They got a couple drone credits that they might opt to utilize here, possibly. But Toxic blocking their own sight lines in these smokes, I don't really like that, because that's going to allow With No Honor to really move up. But the blue zone right on top of Burn and Silence.
Oh my goodness. Still, Cry, though, is going to survive with Mercy. They are getting so low. 3 members again of Instinct doing the best that they can to make sure they clean this up. And
that's it.
That's it, man. I mean, I didn't.
Easy peasy.
That is just as easy as you like for Instinct. And again, I was a little worried with that rotation they were taking to the busier side of the circle that they might get caught, especially with how many teams were left alive. But I mean, that was really no problem for them. They did it with 3 members still up.
3 members still up. 8 elim points.
8 elim points.
8 elim points. So not only were they holding down the zone, they were being proactive in acquiring these much important, much needed elim points to really set them up there on that overall leaderboard. They don't want to cut it close that last game like STX did in group number A.
Not at all. But again, also Burn and Silence, you know, making it to that end game with the duo. They got pushed. The team from YouTube, Noah from YouTube, which I want to give them a nice little bit of credit as well for making it. That was a really risky wrap on the west side of the circle, but they were able to salvage some points for themselves as well.
Credit where credit is due. Coach
give it.
Godspeed said it the best here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we come back, Rachel, God Blaze, and Cammy D.
The first game of Group B today, and Instinct takes it from 4th place to 1st in a single game. They were following some killer instincts there, Blaze. And
yeah.
That was pretty weak pun, but their play will make up for it as you discussed it.
Hey, well, they definitely had the instincts for the rotations, okay? The instincts across the board. Now, the player in which I want to talk about in the instinct squad who came into today, he had the, what was it, 2nd in damage and 1st in kills for that Group B, and that was Mexican, all right? He has been coming out, you know, honestly, one of the most solid shots that we've seen in this group so far, and today he is helping Instinct climb the ladder once again. Towards the end of Game 3 yesterday, we saw Instinct kind of making a run, so it's nice to see them pick up where they left off, Rachel. Going into this group too, Godspeed talked about the car rotations and something that a lot of these
dangerous car rotations.
Exactly,
in this
right?
game.
You know, from looking at the first group and seeing how this group started off, as we was watching, I was like, are we watching an FPS or a racing game or something like this? Based off the amount of intel that these players got to get with the vehicles early on and also using them for cover as well. But as we're looking at the standings, a big shift in placements, but everybody pay attention to the numbers on the right-hand side of your screen. Look how close this race has been so far, and that just really tells the pressure of this lobby and tells us how difficult it is for these teams to make the big decisions that they need to as we have 2 games remaining.
Yeah, it's not easy to make these choices, and they're making them in split seconds because you and Cam both wished for it. We're getting the aggro play you're hoping for.
Yeah, and we saw some plays like that from Noah and the boys from the start, okay, knowing that they had to get for that KP. And we talked also, too, that you want to make those plays now rather than later because the pressure is going to just keep going up. And with the standings so close, you want to see if those high risks can get you up in the standings now so you can take a breath later on and, you know, be like Wynnsanity and 4 free points at the end of that last lobby. Just chill out. Let everybody else fight it out and, you know, have a great time, and you just come through and you win a game and secure your place in the finals.
Solid observations, Blaze, and great gameplay from our team so far. Let's bring it over to Cam now at our telestrator and take a look at one of the teams that we haven't seen too much from just yet.
Yeah, so one thing that you have to note in games like we just saw where action took a long time to really start off is that with so many teams in a late or heading into a late game position, you don't have a lot of space necessarily to be able to move around when the circle may pull away from you. But I liked what we saw from the machine gun nest here and how they were able to find an opportunity to swoop on in. So if you can play this clip right now, they're on a hill here, and you can see up on the minimap they're not too far, but they still need to get across this road. They see Burn in Silence actually helping, pause here please, they're actually helping take out La Familia here in the tower, and that's the perfect opportunity for that Nudes even calls out for the machine gun nest. If you can hit play now, for them to swoop on in, take advantage of that chaos, take advantage of the damage that LFM has been taking, and they actually find themselves in a much better position going forward. The rest of the team joins up, and they crash themselves, set up a car fort, and not only able to continue to gatekeep La Familia out, but if I'm not mistaken, they can't even get shot in the back by Burn in Silence, who are also helping assist them remove one of the first teams from this lobby.
Yeah, Blaze just called it out. Taking a look at the standings, how close everyone is in points. And that's because even the teams that are sticking towards the second half of the scoreboard are pulling off plays like this. So what do you think they need to pull it to the top of the scoreboard for Machine Gun?
I would like to see not just Machine Gun Nest, but more teams start to pull maneuvers like that earlier on. This was the very first match of the day that we saw from them, so I can give them a little bit of leeway when it comes to jitters, but you just got to go for the plays when you find the opportunities. Of them waiting for the circle to force you to make a play like that, you won't always be able to find opportunities like the Machine Gun Nest were able to.
Well, we have spoken our wishes into the ether for these teams. Now we can send them on into Game 2 and see if they come true, and hopefully here to grant them Godspeed. Mustache Dave, take it away.
Yes, indeed. I am very much hoping for some more aggression in some of these games as only 2 games left. Some of the teams on the bottom are definitely going to have to step up if they want to actually qualify for the grand final tomorrow.
So I love the 2 topics that was brought up there from Rachel and Cammy D, and I wanted to get your take because, you know, I go on the websites and I see Godspeed has experience with being a pro player in the past, right?
Yeah.
And it's a very interesting topic because this is, for the first time, a lot of these players' first time playing competitive here. So with that background that you bring here to the table, how do you calm those nerves? How do you prepare for what some could say probably the biggest event that you've played in here so far for New State?
I mean, there's really no straightforward answer. I think every player potentially has their own way of calming nerves. For me, I would just take a few deep breaths. If possible, I would just stand up, you know, maybe get a little stretch to calm not only my nerves, but just my mind, right? Because especially when you're in these situations and you have kind of these razor-thin margins to make a decision, you're not always going to make the right decision. That's just the nature of the game, right? Especially when you have a BR, when you have multiple teams, you're not just facing against one's team. So deep breath can definitely help. Maybe drink a little water. Communication with the team as well is a big one. Is if you can just talk to your team to figure out what went wrong without really arguing or emotions getting high, especially in these pressure cooker situations, emotions can absolutely get high, Dave. You might say something out of, you know, spite, or just you're really upset with a mistake that a teammate made. So instead of doing all that, you really just want to take a deep breath, talk to your teammates, figure out what went wrong, and make sure you don't make the same mistakes in the next game, or at least try, because the pressure is always going to be there, especially if you're anxious and you have the jitters. It can be tough to get rid of those, but I mean, you just got to do your best, especially if it's your first time. You just got to roll with the punches and figure it out as you go.
You got to do what you got to do. And talking about doing it, we got the next game ready, so let's get into the match here. Game number 2 of Group B, baby.
And here we go, as my good friend Toffees likes to say, our penultimate game of the day, with just 2 here left. And it's going to be another trailer park type of server. Actually, this one's a little more interesting, Dave, just because we have much more water in play.
What does penultimate mean, by the way?
It's like the second to last.
Yeah, that's all I know what it means too. So I don't know. I'll have to do a fact check later. I hear it a lot though. I hear it a lot around here. So shout out to everybody. The penultimate, penultimate. I can't say it anymore, man.
It's all right. Ooh, that's a sick shoot.
It is that game. So we are going to get into it here. I wanted to ask you about calming down the nerves here, because I talked to Peel from Violent by Nature, and this is their first time playing in competitive play, the high stakes here, and they told me that they calm their nerves down by watching some good old-fashioned Tiggleton videos. I thought you would appreciate that. Yeah, I thought you would appreciate that.
Tig, big Tig. I mean, yeah, whatever helps. Some players listen to music if they can in between games. Like there's a multitude of things. I mean, it's basically what makes you kind of chill out, right? And the same thing that works for me or Tig even, or maybe some of the players from Violent by Nature are definitely not going to work for everyone else. So I think figuring that out and realizing that early is definitely going to help, and it's going to be a boon to these players in these kind of tough situations. But also, yeah, shout out to Tig. I mean, absolute beast on the PC.
I thought you would really enjoy that little note right
Tig.
there. And
he's great.
Talking about enjoying, 7 Nations Army, they got taken out pretty early on last match. They got bumped down a couple pegs. Heck, everybody got bumped down a couple pegs after that last game. Instincts now in first place, but let's see if they can climb right back to that second place spot. In order to do so, they need to clear out. They need to clear out this team right here, BIS, Burn in Silence.
Yep, Burn in Silence right now with I will say Santi with a very precarious situation now. He is on the roof all alone. His team did drop somewhat close, but not close enough to really support, and so it's going to be up to him to defend this. I love the smoke. That's actually probably one of the best things he could do for himself right now.
But do you want to stand on the opposite side of the smoke, though?
It's possible to get spammed through, but he also just moved away in enough time. He's going to get 1, not 2. I mean, that timing was unfortunate because he potentially could have stopped those players coming through had he been there to catch the first one. But regardless, that was a very nice try. I'm assuming Burn and Silence is just going to send him back anyways with the green flare, so not the end of the world. He got a little bit of damage, but the unfortunate part there is he fed another point to... to 7 Nations Army.
Yeah, light one for Santi right there, but they should be able to get him picked up.
Yeah.
And back to the notes about the MP5K, it is early game, and where we tend to see players really utilize that weapon is after they custom kitted it out and got that laser sight on it, which really helps with the hip fire.
Yeah.
So that could have definitely helped Santi in that situation, but it is only 3 minutes into the game, so unless they just randomly landed on a custom kit and got really lucky, it was going to be a very challenging 1v4 push from them.
I've also noticed, Dave, that Lab is open yet again.
It's a good spot, too. Yeah. It is a good spot. There's loot everywhere. There is loot everywhere. There's a lot of nooks and crannies, a lot of little cabinets that you can go get some sweet loot in. And then there is this one room that when you open it, there's an alarm that goes off. So maybe that's why teams don't want to loot that, just the fear of maybe being exposed, that intel to the elements here. Or maybe they're just respecting drop spots from teams in Group A.
Possible. Wait a second. This is a hot pursuit here as we have a machine gun nest chasing down Sox, but they are going to pull back. But it was an interesting little scuffle there between these two teams driving. And again, this lobby has been much slower as far as the early team fights. Yes, we just saw one there with Burn and Silence and Seven Nations Army, but it was just one member going down. And with this circle, watching the team settle is going to be a little more interesting just because of the difference in elevations on this side of the map there, Dave.
So one interesting thing besides the elevations of the map, and the reason it got brought to my attention, is because Violent by Nature have a 2-2 split right now. They got Jedi, Cinders, dead center for the most part on a nice little hilltop, and then with No Honor and Peel down there to the south. But look at this, the pursuit has not stopped yet here as the machine gun nest, they're just going cross country, they're going everywhere.
First it was Instincts, now it's going to be Burn and Silence, and I'm going to be completely honest, I feel like this is good. It's a risk, it's a big risk, but this is great because the machine gun nest, they need points. They only have 15 points.
Yeah.
And they have 2 games left, so they can potentially, I don't want to say throw away a game, but if they can maximize the amount of points they get off eliminations, set themselves up maybe in like maybe get, I don't know, 8-10 points here in this game with eliminations, maybe get lucky, get a little more placement with the aggression they have, that could set them up for a big point game in the finals and, excuse me, in the next game, which is the last game of the day for them, and maybe squeeze into that 4th place spot.
You talk about squeezing,
Banana
Man right there. I believe the team able to steal a drone that was en route right there, to Seven Nations Army, and Seven Nations Army recognizing that, not really appreciating that, and there's really just this little hill dividing the 2 squads right here.
And this is kind of a little precarious, if you will. Seven Nation Army now set up, and again, Burn and Silence, excuse me, was the team that they had contested with early, but now that that team is left, it's still just going to be these two potentially ready to fight. And that actually makes me curious, is Burn and Silence going to try to third party if that's the case?
They know for a fact the team definitely drove right past them.
Yes.
So they know for a fact. And going back to the machine gun nest, I understand why they went to the coast. They went to the coast so that they can greater their odds of calling in that green flare because nobody's going to be up
further
there
away from it.
in the water. But there's a team that was already there, right? Obviously,
oh, they got the crosshairs on King right now. Look at this. Isaza is going to take shots. Nothing has landed yet, but he's still very high up in the air. King, he's not going to make it. There's no shot. I don't even need to wait.
Don't wait. Don't wait for me either.
I'll always wait for you, Dave, you know.
Dang it, this morning, man. You just zoomed right off in that car. I started waving goodbye to you.
That's not true. I took an Uber.
So, with that intel in mind, Seven Nations Army, they know who is right over this hill.
That's actually, they know exactly what team it is.
The last place team. Do they get aggressive? Do they use this moment of the time, the opportunity to push over that little hill and take out this squad and try to claim some elim points to try to help them claim that 2nd place back again?
Well, here's the thing. If they're going to want to get that 4th member back from their squad, Dave, they probably have to push this, right? Because there's no chance that Machine Gun Nest is going to let him get that 4th member back, especially when it's just earning them points, right? Every time he comes into the sky, it's like, ooh, free point, ooh, piece candy. So, yeah, Seven Nation Army in a bit of a pickle because I don't think, again, Machine Gun Nest is going to let him get away with this or even just get away, period, without a fight.
So we shall see. And to make matters a little worse, to crank up that pressure just a little more, next circle does not favor either of the teams right there on that coastline, on the shoreline. So they're definitely going to need to make some moves. And you pointed out earlier on, BIS, Burn and Silence, they saw a team stroll by in the Electron. And then they also saw and heard the kill feed. But, we'll get back to that because Noah's squad pulling up here.
Yeah, Violent by Nature. I mean, they just pulled up right on this compound now. As VBN are going to try to defend this. Nade utility, I believe that was a smoke grenade going down. And they're going to have to... It's actually just Peel in this building. So Sixless is going to get knocked and Peel, ooh, with a nasty angle. I love this rooftop play here. Be unpredictable. be in a spot that they're not going to expect and potentially get the maximum amount of damage. He is going to fall down and potentially get knocked. No, he's going to survive just for another second, but with the honor is going to go down to Citrus. And that's another member knocked, potential trades, but again, it's just Peel here. Jedi trying to cross the street, make it across to this fight in order to support his team better as they throw utility in. And this fight, I feel like, is not going to potentially last very long now that Jedi is here, and they're probably going to make a push for this building.
Yeah, and Peel bought just enough time for his 3 other squad mates to quickly get to the vehicle and crash the outskirts of the compound right now. So now it's Sixless with the upgraded M249 shield right there, and I'm able to shield him from all those bullets right there.
Cinders, though, in a world of trouble. This is a completely separate team. It's the Americas now pulling up. They heard the fight, and they want a third party.
Cinders for 2.
That actually might be a really nice grenade. He almost knocks 2. He's actually going to find 1 now. And that means FAU-G is going to have to back up. This second grenade could be the flush and potentially a second knock for him. He doesn't realize that Angry Boy actually crawled much further away to that shack, and maybe now he realizes it. But the impressive thing here is that Violent by Nature is taking a fight on 2 fronts.
So what I want to see right now is
them
do the same thing they just did for Peel just a moment ago. Come support Cinders on the hill. You gotta be on the move already. Cinders is buying so much time for your team. He's getting trades. I want to see Honor and Peel go support Cinders, because you know what? Other players are hearing this. Burn in silence now, looking for the third party.
And now, as you see Mercy, he thought twice of it. He's like, maybe do I get involved? No, the fighting has somewhat subsided. As you see, at the very least, Cinders was supported by the rest of his team. VBN, and he's alive. He actually got a kill or 2, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he got a kill right there. That's going to be a nice point for them. And so, pretty good by VBN. They're going to get that point and get back in first place.
And talking about the drone credits, they got enough drone credits to get a red flare and an extra ammo for that. So they can call on 2 crates if they wanted to. So shout out to that push right there from Violent by Nature. It was beautiful. Peel bought the right amount of time with all the jukes and the jives and the vaulting through the window, and you talked about being elusive on the roof right there. That time, that distraction was perfect because Peel's teammates, they just grouped right up on the outskirts, tossing the support with the grenades, the mollies, and that was it. Team from Noah, they didn't have enough time to react.
I'm just curious, Dave. Did you see what was in that crate? Starts with P, ends with a 90.
Last team to pick up a P90, STX,
yes,
they won.
They did win that one game.
That one game. Yep. Right now, 7 Nations Army, we can see them in 4th place. Still 4 alive with 4 elim points.
Yeah, look at the spread, though. From 4th to 1st is only a 4-point difference.
And remember,
even from 4th to 6th is only 12.
We talked about them in Game 1. 7 Nations Army, they're playing for fun, Godspeed. They are having a good time. They are having a good time. So give them the P90, that fun increases by about 5%, in my opinion.
Oh, did you do the math on that? 5%?
Yes.
Okay, only 5% though.
Only. Okay. Now, if they had 2 P90s, that's like 50%.
I'm actually not sure how that math adds up, but I'm not going to pretend to. And as we see here, La Familia just actually chilling here. They're in a pretty good spot, as well as Burning Silence. Again, most of these teams here are pretty set up for this circle. What I'm most interested in is where is this going to shift? We've seen some pretty hard shifts, actually, some wacky hard shifts. And how is that going to affect some of the teams in their rotations?
I feel like America's going to shift towards that west side, and if it does, America's got a soft 2-2 split on both sides of the road. Both sides of the road here. And now everybody else, they're going to have to move. And talk about moving, we got Cammy D with the breakdown.
Man, I'm always here for the hard shifts, aren't I? This is a really, really good position for the Americas to continue to assert their dominance. They're probably going to fall back on that hillside and take the high ground position, because all they really need to do at this point is just sit and wait for all of these teams from the north. Or even, I don't see much movement coming out from these guys, even though VBN do need to go forward just a little bit. But really, it's about what are these teams going to rotate in. I love this, though. From Instinct, they are already on the move. They're actually beating Americas to that position. So hopefully that'll work out well for them. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cammy. And yes, I agree 100%. That move by Instinct was beautiful. The fact that they have taken that hill spot, and they pretty much, as you said, Anchorville, the hills in Anchorville, the highest points in all of Troy. And the fact is Instinct now controls that with command. commanding presence.
Chilling at the Ville, man. Meet me at the Ville in the mountaintops. And it goes back to Toxic telling me that this team spent all night analyzing the zones, analyzing the teams from both groups, not only Group B, but also Group A, and how these teams react, their rotations on certain zones. And the fact that they were all in vehicles, they saw this hardship and immediately sent it to Anchorville to claim this high ground for themselves. That's why Instincts won game number 1. They're thinking ahead. They're not thinking, oh, let's react to this zone. They're thinking, let's react to the 2 zones after this here, Godspeed. Yep. And they're set up in a prime position here. High ground, everything. They got it all.
And Tyre's taken out as well. You know how much I love teams being proactive. I mean, that and trades are probably the 2 things I'm the biggest stickler on, is making sure a team is ready to rotate or knows exactly what their next play is going to be. And even if they don't know, just kind of ready to move and just playing for trades, because those are the things that I feel like separate really good teams from just good teams.
And they got a couple deployable shields to use, which I have a feeling they might need to just in case the next zone does shift out there to the east side, right on top of the Americas, who did decide to give up that hill ledge to favor that compound down here. And I know for a fact, moving out of Anchorville, the hills, moving downhill, it's just a shooting range, man. It's a challenge. Easy. I know they have a couple of vehicles to work with, so they do have that in their back pocket to just full send it just in case they need to. But La Familia are going to be looking at both teams up there in the north.
The thing that really honestly still surprises me, Dave, about this lobby, and like even now this late into the game, is like how hesitant these teams are to really try to poke and prod, right? Like we're seeing some of that now from the Americas, but most of these teams, I mean, they're not even really shooting at the other teams to try to maybe take some armor or, you know, waste up or soak up some meds, and it's actually just been quite a passive lobby so far in this game. I mean, 2nd game in a row. We saw that yesterday as well. So I'm just curious who's going to pop off first.
We got the shovel. We got the green flare. We got the 8-time scope. We're prepared. We are prepared. And Seven Nations Army, they are leapfrogging Godspeed. You know a lot about that. They're going up. They're scouting, going up, scouting, but only after the coast is clear. They have been doing that since zone 1 here on this game.
And the reason I bring up that whole passive thing is like, look, yes, the teams are in the circle now and they're safe, sure, but I mean, what's the next play? I don't see a lot of proactivity as far as making sure the next play is ready to go, as far as making sure if they have to rotate. Now, as far as VBN and Instinct concerned, I'm fine, but for a team like Seven Nation Army or even La Familia just hanging out there, I mean, they are going to eventually have to fight, and I'm not sure they're going to be ready for that.
Voxel just got domed right there from the squad mates in the back line of Seven Nations Army, who accidentally overshot the little trench right there. So curious to see if Seven Nations Army do decide to take this fight here onto Burn in Silence and then immediately look to reposition, because the next circle goes up. Instincts proving their name once again is on point, getting the next circle. But over here, this is a big fight, Godspeed.
I mean, this is, to me, mutually assured destruction, right? These 2 teams have been sitting here the whole time. Again, not a lot of movement, and they've basically just waited. And we're hoping like, oh, I hope the circle lands here so we can fight and still be in the circle. That's not the case. I mean, they're going to have to move, and I feel like Seven Nation Army and Burn in Silence actually have no idea what's happening on the west side of the circle. So even if they do win this fight, they're coming in blind.
Focus at the task at hand, and the P90, Voxel. Thirsted right there.
That was a disgusting angle. That was actually dirty.
Mercy back against the wall, cooking his grenade. Preemptive nade on the stairwell right there. This is an important fight because this is the 4th and 5th place team right now in the overall.
I'm sorry, that was, I still can't get over that filthy angle. Mercy now going for the res. I mean, realistically he has to. He has the molly down there, so he will buy himself enough time to get Cry up, but again, the circle is about to start closing here, and they're still on the edge. And not only are they on the edge, but they have a team right in front of them they have to deal with.
Little med right there, little med kit. Teamwork does make the dream work here. And to make matters worse, the blue zone to apply some additional pressure here. And remember, Seven Nations Army, they rolled up on vehicles, so they do have these vehicles ready to go. And
they've realized it's kind of a waste of time to be here, but the problem now is they've poked the Hornet's Nest, and Mercy and the rest of Burn in Silence, or I should say it's just Cry now at this point, are going to do whatever they can to make the rotation out of here much more difficult because of the damage that Seven Nations Army has done to them. And so Crazy in a load of trouble, still having to med. I think he's going to get this one off, but he's going to have to immediately pop another one. He's out of first aids. In fact, he has 7 bandages to his name, and so he's either going to have to get some from his teammate or just go for the run. And behind, it's going to be yep, this is what I was worried about. The lack of movement has caused both of these teams to take heavy casualties. It's going to be half of Seven's Nation Army going down just to the blue.
But I think it was necessary, because if they didn't keep at least one in the back line, they would have easily been shot from the back, right? Backstabbed, essentially. So that sacrifice play allowed them to continue surviving.
They lost 2 for it, Dave, when they could have.
I don't know about 2. I would have kept 1.
Yeah, that's fair. But also the point is that they could have potentially rotated out early and kept those alive. Regardless, it was a rough situation for Seven Nations Army. They have 1 left. Well, as we move over here to Instincts, I mean, they are just sitting pretty. They have gotten 1 member knocked out. Violent by Nature making that push for them, but have to be careful here.
Toxic heard that grenade. He's like, nope, I am not holding down this southern half of the zone anymore. Going to be grouping up with his teammates in the north, looking to gatekeep La Familia, who haven't really been moving much after this new circle shift.
The shift is pretty much favored Instinct. I mean, I'd say pretty favorably, pretty heavily here, as they have control of that high top. They don't really have any contention aside from Violent by Nature. The only team I would say really in position to threaten them, but I mean, even just looking at La Familia, again, the lack of movement here and the lack of prep for the circle shift has left them in a really, really rough situation, with Instincts just able to just rain down. And still, I mean, a lot of the teams just waiting to see exactly how they want to move in, or just waiting for the circle to push them in, which oftentimes will lead to some disasters.
Yeah, in this terrain, I would say easily top 3 most challenging
this is very
places on the map to be forced to fight here on a competitive level. As we're going to find out who is the best close quarter combat, who has the ears to really spot out and hear the footsteps and get that intel first, so they're not going to be surprised by the enemies who are definitely going to be lurking here in the cliffs.
At the very least, I do like America's approach. They've pretty much... They're one of the few teams that actually had quite a lot of intel on the circle, and they chose not to move in because they knew they had a chance to come in later, which is exactly what they've done. And that's fine. When you have information and you're just waiting for the right moment to move and you know when that is, wonderful. And that's what they've done. And so because of that, they are a full team. But one going down to a knock here, to see Angry Boy trying to return fire. There is a 4v4v3 here, and then just a solo member of La Familia there just to the northeast.
Nobody wants to go into the center here. And we can see the center right there. It is downhill, so you got a couple hilltops to work with. You really got to hit these DMR bolty shots here to even get the ability to reposition a little further into the zone. And Instincts, the zone not favoring on top of them, but they are the closest team.
Pretty much, yeah.
They are the closest team.
So they just have to hold this down. Shrew's going to find a knock on to Angry Boy. That's another member down from the I say the first member down from the Americas. So we were able to get a revive earlier, and so now Shiru is found out. He is the solo member here from La Familia, and he has a pretty difficult...
Done.
Never mind.
Done.
Not even a storyline as we move to Singularity now from the Americas. And this is a 4v4v3, almost 3 full squads here battling out on the hills of Anchorville for the victory here in the 5th game of the day and the 2nd to last game of Group B.
Yes, sir. Top 3 teams still alive on the overall leaderboard. So if you're one of these bottom teams, this is worst case scenario going into this last match.
The last thing you want to see.
Shout out to Instincts. They saw the zone and they pushed the southern half of the zone, trying to gatekeep everybody right now. It's Toxic going to be cooking this grenade, looking to toss it right on top of Cinders, but Cinders able to pop back down just a little bit. Looking for that off angle though. Look at Cinders. Look at that off angle flank.
I liked it. And Jedi is going to find Aaron there from Americas. They're down to just 1 member. Instincts now. Oh, wait a second. The trade, the crackback Jedi is going to go down. That's going to be Maluma to find it. And with the honor, going to flush that one out. So all of a sudden, things are starting to even out. Instinct still, though, with 3 members alive. They have the advantage as far as players is concerned. And it's now a 3v1 for the Americas. Mexican watching that angle.
Americas is in the blue.
But it's Singularity in the blue, and I'm not even sure this is really going to be anything for him. He's going to deny the point. I think, personally, that's the play to make. And this one is going to go the way of Instinct pretty, well...
Got it.
Pretty easily, we'll say that.
Winner, chicken dinner. Yesterday, Group B was America's. Back-to-back chickens.
It was.
Back-to-back chickens. Today, Instincts. Back-to-back chickens. Now, I pose the question to you. Americas, can they get the back-to-back-to-back? They did not.
They did not.
With how Instincts are playing here tonight, Godspeed, real answer, back-to-back-to-back.
I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if Instinct was able to get the back-to-back-to-back, the three-peat, if you will. Yeah, honestly, the way that they're playing, the way that they're positioning, again, they're being way more proactive than the rest of the teams. A lot of the teams feel like they're stuck in the mud the way they're playing right now, and it's costing them a lot of points, and it's costing them position and kills as well. I mean, they're just getting kind of farmed by the blue or outside into the blue.
Well, Godspeed, don't get stuck in the mud over this break, please. Please don't. And if he does, I'll pull him out. But ladies and gentlemen, one more game to go. Don't go anywhere.
One game is left in Group B to secure a spot in the Final 8 tomorrow on Sunday here in Burbank, California for the new State Mobile Mashup Grand Final. We had another mix-up in this last game here, and as we approach our top 8, Blaze, you've seen some things that have really stood out to you on some of these teams, and now as you're all towing that wire, we're going to have to talk about who's going to get over the hump and who's going to be going home.
Yeah, we do got to talk about that one. You know, it was great seeing this last matchup because, you know, all 4 of my teams, you know, they had the smarts to make it into that last circle, all right? Okay. Violent by Nature, America's Instinct, and Burn in Silence. They all had great positioning, but the story is that 4th place in this lobby is getting real neck and neck. And we're seeing a lot of great players coming out of Seven Nations Army Cam, fighting for that positioning. You know, they did get a great play on Burn in Silence that we're kind of seeing here, getting that initial knock.
Yeah, unfortunately, timing was not on their side. It was a good start. They couldn't finish it, and the blue really helped deal some heavy damage to take them out before they can get much further in the lobby. Going into the last few circles, Instinct grabbing that hill in the mid game. Really good play. They controlled their circle from there on out. They were in such a powerful position that the last remaining team decided that they had no chance, and they just threw themselves to the circle, denied that final point.
Vamos, Instincts, okay? Vamos, because... You know, when it comes down to this squad, I got to talk a lot about Mexican, the damage leader in this lobby, over 2,300. Behind them is going to be Cinders and Jedi, the only 3 people in that 22K damage club. But, well, you know, when it comes down to that muy caliente gameplay of Mexican, the kill leader, 12 in the lobby, leading this Instinct squad game after game to that back-to-back victory. Still no team to be able to three-peat, but Instincts, they will join America's in 4 free points when it comes down to that back-to-back club.
Yeah, the back-to-back. I'm looking at these standings right now, and the problem here is the huge gap between 4th and 5th place. Unlike Group A, it's not going to be that tight of a break-off here. What I'm going to be looking for, though, is Burn in Silence or a team from Noah, or maybe even both, are going to be hot-dropping on Seven Nations Army to try and remove, because the only reason that they'll be able to qualify is if they have an amazing game themselves and Seven Nations Army has an awful game. And so hot dropping a team is a really good way of making sure that that can happen. And unlike other Battle Royales, even if the hot drop doesn't go super great, you just get the green flares and you're back to all 4. As long as you wipe the opponent, then you do your job.
Yeah, a lot of exciting ways to play, especially here in New State, where you can bring your team back. So you want to keep an eye on all of those players that you're interested in as they continue through the match. And you did say we're going to see some sick plays to keep any of those bottom 4 teams in contention for our Final 8 on Sunday. But we don't know who stays and who goes, so we're going to give all of our teams a chance to address their fans, friends, and family at home.
Well, my message for my team, for my organization, because we are an organization, Burn in Silence, an organization from a few years ago. Trust on us. We got some trust. We can win, and that prize money, we can upgrade our devices. We can pay some things on the family, and for the other teams, good luck. So many good teams right there, and it's gonna be difficult, but we can do this.
Bueno, pues me gustaría dar un mensaje nada más que a mi equipo completamente. Darle las gracias a mi equipo por el gran triunfo que dimos. Hasta nunca llegué a imaginar que íbamos a llegar tan lejos, la verdad, equipo. Pero estoy muy contento por todo lo que hayamos destacado. Y más saber que pues la familia está más unida cada vez, ¿no? Cada vez nos unimos más. Y nada, equipo, pues les prometo que en la gran final del torneo vamos a dar lo máximo. Voy a dar lo máximo.
Pues quiero agradecerles a todos los que estuvieron en el directo del día del torneo. Creo que somos el primer equipo mexicano que clasificamos en la Mashup. Y pues nada, estamos representando a México en este torneo de la gran final y espero verlos ahí pronto.
En Puno, al jugar en primera persona, va a encontrarse con muchos jugadores y es lo llamativo del juego, que entras a una clásica y te salen muchos jugadores. Y jugaba con mis amigos, nos divertíamos, noches de risas, de madrugadas también cuando nos acostábamos tarde. Y el mensaje para los que nos apoyan, que son mis amigos, bueno, mi familia, sabe por un poquito de lo que hago, porque llevo de la mano los estudios con los videojuegos. Y ahora que estamos en la final, queremos quedar en el top lo más alto posible. Si lo podemos ganar, si cabe la posibilidad vamos a salir por ello.
Shout out to KRAFTON, really, for making this mashup mobile event. It opened up a lot of opportunities, plenty of money in the line. Shout out to my team, VBN, especially my brother, my real life brother, Cinders. Awesome guy. He's so insane at fragging, even though he has a potato-ass phone.
I love hearing from these players. No matter your phone, they're playing with their friends, they're having a good time, but it all comes to an end here in the final match for Group B. So let's see who goes to Sunday and who will be being chilling at home. Let's send it on over to Mustache Dave and Godspeed.
Somebody get Peel's brother a better phone. Because I want to see what that kid's capable of with a super good phone. But honestly, it sucks because, like, hearing from all the teams, you want everyone to qualify, but ultimately only 4 will. And this is our last game of the day, Dave.
Talk about that last game, baby. Let's go. One more to go. Top 4 make it to grand final.
Alrighty, this is the final game, and a little bit of a different circle here, actually centering on Swanton. We generally were centered around Anchorville and Exhibit Hall for the most part, but now we got some of the West Coast to play with.
Spice it up here a little bit. Last map of the night here, and we did have that update on the 17th of March that made these extreme modes zones a little more dynamic. And
yes, that was very.
And what I've noticed is a lot more water, the ability for water to be in play in the circle number 1. So has been a nice change of pace here. You love to see it. Shout out to KRAFTON right there, just like Peel said.
Oh yeah,
just like
none of this would be possible without him.
So let's hope Peel could qualify here today.
I know this is really like, it's biased, but I'm actually rooting for him. I really am. I'm rooting for all these guys, but I
definitely Peel.
I just like the ability that he's able to trash talk a little bit. Man, I like that. I like that he's got a confidence in it. And speaking of confidence, here we go. It's already going to be a fight. Citrus is down.
There's Peel.
This is oh no, Peel! As I say, I cursed him. I'm so sorry, Peel. That is my fault. 110%. It's a 3-on-3 now. Team from Noah and Violent by Nature. This is a much more important fight, though, I would argue, for Team from Noah.
Yes, it is, as they are in 6th place.
They're starting to win.
They're in 6th place right here. Citrus is going to be down, but it looks like both sides missing a player here. Jedi still looking for a weapon besides the P19, as with No Honor, with the AKM, was knocked out by those wooden crates right there. Cinders in the open, going for the spray down with the scar, the juke, and the jive.
Wow, both players are alive, Dave.
How
is that even possible? I don't know.
Sixlets from behind, though. Yeah.
Cinder's going to go down, and so just like that, Violent by Nature, I am so sorry, guys. This is, again, I cursed the absolute hell out of that team. They are down to just 1 member. There is a potential for res, probably not going to happen. At the very least, Jedi might be able to back out and try to get a res or 2 off and start chaining those together. But this is a very rough situation for him, considering he's up against 3 strong members of Team from Noah.
You can't doubt the Jedi, though.
I never do. I never doubt the Jedi.
You just did. You just did. Now,
I did not.
It's on tape.
Only Sith speaking
This is recorded, by the way. I don't know if you know that, but this is
nothing.
recorded. So you did.
Wait,
you
we're
did.
being taped?
We are, we're doing a thing here. And Jedi is going to have to do a big thing. 1v3. Now, they do have 50 points, 2nd place on the overall leaderboard. So they got that going for them.
Sure.
But then 3rd place, 46. 4th place, 43. And the big divide, right? There's a big gap between 4th and 5th. But the team that is fighting early right now is that team trying to close that gap.
Yep. With a 14-point deficit here from 5th to 4th. I mean, if they could wipe out Jedi here and just get rid of the team, which it looks like they're trying to do, Jedi fighting for his life against 3 members. He's going to find one. It's not going to be enough, and they're going to be eliminated. Now, I want to say VBN is safe, but honestly, you never know with the way that this game can roll out, and specifically because the team, as you said, that needed those points that was at that gap is the one that wiped them. So 32 points now the way of Team from Noah, and I'm sure more than enough drone credits at this point to be able to get their member back, their 4th back.
Yeah, 1,200 is the requirements for drone credits, and they have just that, especially after that last fight right there. So this is the exact start that Team from Noah needed. 4 elim points early. They what?
They needed.
And you know who's sweating backstage? Wynnsanity. Wynnanity's watching this. There's a lot of trash talk going on between the 2 different teams. Wynnsanity does not want Team from Noah to qualify, because then we're going to have some problems.
Or maybe
right
he
here.
does, just so he can try to, you know, farm in the lobby.
Maybe,
Who knows? But
maybe.
yeah, there was definitely some trash talk there between the 2. And as we move over to another one of the teams that desperately needs these points,
They need it.
Bird and Slash. They need it. And so what I'm hoping with this last game, obviously we've talked about some of the teams not maybe moving when they should have or making those moves, but this is it, man. This is the last game. So for some of these teams who have been kind of hanging back and waiting for the game to come to them, I don't think that's going to work. They're going to have to chase that bad boy down and take those points themselves.
Yeah, and I want to talk about it here, because we were talking about it on the break. You know, you were trying not to step in mud, like you said. But you were like, Dave, I am just going crazy at how passive these teams are playing.
It's true.
When they desperately need points here. So what is your take then on just like your assessment of the lobby? And I want you to think about it, how this is the last game, right? How did the 2 go hand in hand? Last game, how passive the lobby is. Like, what's the Godspeed mindset right there?
I mean, if I'm going into this game and I'm one of the teams that is towards the bottom, whether it's La Familia or the Machine Gun Nest, who have made some cool plays and tried to make something happen out of nothing, I'm thinking to myself, look, boys, we've had 5 games. Our play style, which is a little slower, it's clearly not working. So
that's what you're telling the Machine Gun Nest, right?
Well, I'm telling anybody that needs to hear it.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? This is anybody that I'm not specifically targeting out any teams. I want to make that very clear. I'm just saying, look, our play style isn't working. Clearly, we've got to chase some points here. So I would do the normal drop, loot up, but then once that loot is good, I'm gone. I'm 3-4 vehicles. We're driving around. We're looking for some points, taking fights, using the drone to scout out potential fights, and then taking those.
Plays. Making plays.
Potential fights right here. The Machine Guns, they're going to find Citrus again. And as I say that, this is actually one of those teams that needs points, and it looks like they're fishing for them.
So the thing is, though,
they
from
heard
Noah,
me, by the way. That's why they're doing this.
Team from Noah, if they get these 4 additional elim points, that is definitely going to set them up here.
Huge.
That is especially with Violent by Nature already knocked out very early on.
Yeah. Wait,
I feel like this is a bigger fight for Team from Noah, though,
This
to win.
is a huge fight for Team from Noah, because I've already gotten 1 knock, and they're down to just 1. And
it's Noah.
It's
Noah.
just Noah, the king of the castle. What can he do here? The team's namesake. He's got to go big, man. I mean, he's got to go absolutely massive. And wisely, he's backing up. Because he needs to, right? He needs to get the drone credits. He needs to potentially get at least another member of his team alive so they can still stay in this fight. Because with only 1, it's going to be very difficult. And I promise you, he's not going to be able to play the way he wants to as a solo.
Yeah, looking at the drone credits, 280. Not a lot. Not a lot.
Not at all. What can you buy for 280, Dave? Let's see. Absolutely. That's not true. You can get some
gas
bullets.
Can, an EV battery, some bullets. Yeah, you can buy some things. I don't think anything that can help him right now.
I don't know if 5.56 is necessarily going to solve all of his problems.
Yeah, just get some 5.56. He'll be good. He'll be good. And I almost want to say I hate to see it happen like this.
I do as well.
Because that first fight was just...
It was clean.
It was clean, and it was a good kickstart in the right direction, right, from Team from Noah. That's exactly what they needed right there. And, oh, man, I feel like they didn't have enough time to properly set up a defense right there, and the Machine Gun Nest just full sending it, as they are the last place team, playing with nothing to lose here. And that kind of caught Team from Noah off guard right there.
But again, I really do... I just hope it's not too little too late for the Machine Gun Nest, right? I like this play style. I like that they're basically being much more proactive, and they're taking the matters into their own hands with these fights, but they still have a long road to go.
22.
They only have 20 points, and they need another 24 just to tie Sevens Nation Army, who is still in the lobby as a 4-man alive.
But you know what?
It's a long road.
It's a long road, but you know what? They are kind of going in that direction.
Yes, they
being
are.
Proactive, right? They got 3 elim points so far. They're going to be in swatting, looting that bad boy up. But they can't spend time there, right? They can't be slow. If they see something out there in the distance, you just got to do it. You got to push it. You got to look for those opening knocks. You just got to crash it. You got to get the runovers. You got to do everything.
There's no time to dilly-dally anymore, right?
There's not even time to like come up with a game plan, in my opinion. Like if you see the enemies over there, you just got to do it, man.
It's a third-party situation.
You got to trust on your skills.
Yep.
There's no time to be like, should we do it or shouldn't we do it? You just have to. There's no option at this point.
As long as they're taking the right fights and getting aggressive when they're supposed to, I agree 100%, Dave. They need to get aggressive and find the points because 24, once again, it's not going to come by just sitting waiting for the circle.
No. And doubling back to the player interviews, Instincts, first team to qualify here from Mexico. So shout out to them.
That was really dope too. And not only
cool.
the first team, but I mean they are playing really, really well, man.
Yeah.
Especially coming into today, I praise them as kind of one of the only teams in this lobby that's truly taking advantage of every shift and making sure that they're in the right positions to do so. And I really, really am starting to mess with Instincts, man. It's a solid team, and they're showing that in the finals, in a pressure cooker situation, they're going to deliver, man.
Yeah, and I got some insights from Toxic, and looking at this team from opens to now, they change up their drop spots completely.
Okay.
And since then, we talked about it yesterday, they've just been a completely different team.
They have been. No,
and
they
it
really
makes
have
sense.
been.
You drop somewhere else, you get different loot, you have a different
rotations.
Kinda, rotations, perspective on the map here. And shout out to them. I mean, first place right now.
Well, the other thing that does as well, aside from the rotations, is
dude, they need it. This is what they're doing. They saw the team.
That
Full
was
send.
vicious. That was a very violent drive by as Saiza is going to take some shots and get a knock. He's going to get traded out himself from Nudes. Nudes actually going to find that knock and the flush, and he's going to survive with literally 1 HP.
Oh man, the machine gun nest with the coach. With the coach, 5
They are
points.
doing it, man. I'm rooting for him. Honestly, that'd be a Cinderella story for the ages. Coming out with only 15 points, making it to 45, potentially passing up Seven Nations Army. And that team just lost 2. As you said, that's the team that they need to pass.
And you know who that's going to benefit here besides the machine gun nest?
Team
from
Noah. Oh,
right
yeah.
there.
I see it.
Right beneath them. Looks like Noah was able to get another squad mate up here.
Yep.
So shout out to Noah, because being a solo here, as I say that, but being a solo here and finding enough drone credits to revive a whole team with a green flare, that's a challenge in itself here at Godspeed.
It is a challenge in itself, but it's also one of my favorite things about New State. Honestly, the ability that a solo can have so much more impact on the game just by being able to get their teammates back into it, right? I mean, even if, yes, as they come down, it's probably one of the most precarious situations you can be in New State because everybody's looking at you and taking those shots. But if you touch the ground, man, that's more drone credits potentially to be looted. If you split, that's another body, first of all, on the team. And then if you're able to get those drone credits, guess what? You're now a 3-man. You're now a 4-man. You're back up. You know what I mean?
As Khaled from the other lobby would say, another one. We're back
one.
with another one. And it looks like the only team that has been completely wiped out here, who are definitely going to be sweating bullets, violent by nature. Yes, they are in second place, but America's...
There's a
chance.
There's a world where they get pushed out.
If team from Noah
and America's
can really pop off this game, but Sixless getting awfully close to the enemies who actually took them out earlier on. Sixless with the upgraded M249 with the shield upgrade, so not opting to go for the extended mag that has 150 bullets, but instead that shield upgrade, and not slowing down, just sending it to his compound.
And I'm really intrigued by this circle, Dave, because we have not had a Penrose ending I don't think all weekend, right? And Penrose is it's a pretty interesting spot just because it's a very condensed city and it can lead to some very scrappy fights.
And talking about scrappy fights, you know who's already in the city? America's going to be out there on the east side, and the next circle is actually going to be favoring the Americas. So,
oh man, look at that circle. Look at that circle, Dave.
You were just saying, oh man, I can't wait for Penrose. Amazing.
Wow, that caught me off guard.
You did it to Peel, all right, in the first minute. Now you're doing it to the zone.
Violent by nature, they can bill me for that game. That's 100% on me. But looking at this Instinct, the team that already was in first place, a team that didn't need any help whatsoever, is just chilling, being chilling in the East Coast here on the circle, almost center, I mean off center. And now it's on to the other teams to get in. I'm looking at Seven Nations Army now, which it looks like they might have recovered at least a third member. They're going to have to rotate here on the West Coast, and they're quite far. Burn in Silence, meanwhile, they have a nice little spot here to the southwest. They don't need to rotate here. They're in the flower fields, and at the very least, they should be able to dictate 1 or 2 rotations from the other teams coming in, and so that's something I'm looking for. And then, honestly, La Familia, they're actually just going to get a nice spot to the north, Dave.
Yeah, La Familia in Group B, definitely one of the teams, just, you know, if I had to take a guess, probably with the most distance travel. They're always in their vehicles, always looking for these really wide rotates, and I can't say it's really worked out in their favor because they are in 7th place here and in this match with only 0 elim points when they should
be hunting,
kind of hunting like the machine gun nest is. We could see the machine gun nest 5 elim points. So La Familia, instead of thinking, hey, let's get the best rotate, they should be thinking, hey, we need to get involved here in this last match.
Well, I mean, look, that's great that they found a really good spot, right? But this should be the start. They're like, okay, we've secured this foothold in the north. I'm going to give them a little more time for the circle to close to see if they get aggressive. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This is not, hey, we got a really good rotation, man. Let's just chill in the circle. You know, it's going to be good times, which is exactly what they're doing. In fact, I mean, this is
a great
they
spot.
seem to love towers, by the way, because if you remember, they got wiped in the tower by the machine gun lesson last game. And so, yes, this is great, but this is not going to qualify them. They need kills, and they need more than just, you know, 1 or 2 teams worth. They need to get like 3 team kills worth of a wipe and get the win.
They need to do something.
They need to do something, man. I'm struggling for them because they.
Well, they got a deployable shield.
Okay.
So maybe they're using this moment. I see 2 drones actually en route here. So maybe they're using this moment to just spend their drone credits and set themselves up. Yeah, set them. Oh, and a custom kit. Okay, so so they're getting prepared.
I'm giving them a chance. I'm just going to wait for the next circle shift to see what they do.
They're preparing for something.
Yes.
I want to see that something. Yeah. Sooner than later.
What that something is, I'm very much hoping is aggression onto the other teams remaining in the lobby, because again, the other issue for them as well, or any of the teams that are trying to catch up on points here, is the longer they wait and the more fights are being taken around the map and the more those teams are dying out, those are potential points that they could have had that they're losing out on, right?
Yes.
And yes, I understand pushing every team is not really a good strategy, but when you're this far down on points, you kind of have to just go for it, right? You really don't have many other options. Even if either of these teams on the bottom in 7th or 8th place get a win, or I would even argue BIS, it's only 10 points, right?
Nothing. Not what they need, right? Not what they need.
Well, especially because 3rd and 4th place teams are still very much alive.
Well, this is Lobby B. Well, mostly everybody survives until like
March
20. So don't be surprised there. As
look, I'm just
this is Lobby
I'm rooting for the teams that need the points, man. But they have to go out there and earn it.
Well, let's hope they can earn it here.
And so far, yeah, the only team that seems like they were really hunting and they're trying to earn it is, in fact, Team from Noah and Machine Gun Nest. Exactly.
So Team from Noah, it looks like they're being forced to kind of slow down the mission of getting drone credits, right?
540
their
only.
Spot, right there on the edge, not a lot of compounds to loot, so they're really relying on the fact of getting a couple elim points and then looting those crates right here.
Okay.
In the zone.
This is a perfect shift here for La Familia, but this also is a problem for them because this shift to me indicates that they feel like they're safe and they're not going to push out and go for those kills. I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm really hoping I'm wrong.
They're safe in the sense that they got a strong position. Sure. But they're not safe in the sense that they'll be able to qualify top 4 with position alone.
Okay, Noah from YouTube looking for some sweet K98 action.
This is the 4th and 5th place team fighting too, by the way.
So Sevens Nation Army has a really big opportunity here to wipe out Team from Noah, get 2 points as well as potentially a placement point, and just cement themselves in that 4th place spot even more. But look at Burn in Silence pulling up close to La Familia. Now, what is the play that La Familia takes here? It actually doesn't even look like they need to make a play. BIS is the one making the play, and he's going to run in. Cry's going to find a knock.
How does a solo with an Uzi just pull up into your tower like that?
I'm not even sure, but this is going to cause problems now as each member is taking a different approach, and this is kind of actually working. It's confusing La Familia. And another member is going to go in. Mercy not going to get a knock. He's going to trade it out. Benji now is going to find Santi as well. And it's down to just 1 member of Burn in Silence. And it's Voxel.
Of course. The IGL.
The IGL, man, and this is crazy. Burn in Silence is on the verge of just not qualifying here, and they were one of the teams that we said to look out for, Dave.
Yeah. And when this fight was happening, I just want to give you a quick update here. Team from Noah, they were able to at least confirm 1 elim point onto Seven Nations Army, and that actually forced the duo from Seven Nation Army to pull off. They were too scared, and they're actually going to be rotating on that
well, they
west
just lost
side,
another one
clashing.
somewhere.
Yep, clashing right with the America. So this is
this
the
is dangerous.
best case scenario for team from Noah right here. If Seven Nations Army, the solo gets taken out right here, it opens up the whole ballgame.
This is huge.
It opens it all up for team from Noah.
If Crazy goes down here and team from Noah is able to salvage a few more points, maybe get a second place, even third, there's a very real possibility they're going to the finals tomorrow. And so we have to just watch this. FAU-G now. This is a very, very healthy team of America is just looking onto Crazy as this is a snack, a tasty little point for them to just pick up. And they know it's...
I hear 2 on the outskirts. Now Americas aren't going to commit all 4 here.
Oh, no,
because they got a nice, strong spot.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be a 2v1.
They're just going to let Crazy...
The blue zone.
Yeah, they're just going to let Crazy, I guess, just chill.
Well, 45 points for Seven Nations Army. Is that going to be enough to keep them in top 4? Have to assume Crazy's going to get taken out here.
Yeah, I mean, they know he's there.
The
At this point, he's just surviving, right? He's just in survival mode. And for a team in 4th place, that's actually probably the best play, right? As a solo, look, I'm just going to survive as long as possible. Maybe another team goes down in the time that I do this.
And you don't know who's trying to take you out.
Exactly. So, like, yeah, I understand Crazy's situation here. It sucks, but he's doing the best he can, and he's actually going to survive for a little bit longer. He's going to find some shots and make it in. This is the best thing that could have happened for him. Actually, the best thing that could have happened to Crazy.
Yes. Worst thing to happen to a team from Noah, though.
Yes, that is indeed.
What? Crazy's still alive.
I'm shocked that he was able to survive there. I thought at least the nade, that utility, was going to get him out, but no. As we move on to Americas yet again, moving up into a very nice position, something that they've been pretty good at so far, and they have a nice 2-2 split right now, Dave.
Oh, right there. Sixless not opting to take that bolty shot on the shoulder right there, the opponent in the guard tower on the 2nd story. So it looks like both Noah and Sixless kind of separating a little bit down here to the south, trying to sneak their way on in. And Crazy was taken out. Crazy's done.
Crazy's gone.
Team from Noah, it's open.
This opens the door also for La Familia. 32 points. There's a possibility they win this game.
4 up.
Yep.
Oh, man. Team from Noah, I am low-key rooting for that duo
right now. I'll be honest. So I'm also, I mean, I'm rooting for the Machine Gun Nest as well, but as a solo, I mean, this late in the game, 24 points, I don't know. But I'm just rooting for all the underdogs, man.
Yeah, exactly. As we're going to be looking at La Familia using the MP5K.
Ooh,
out
cheeky
there,
little knock.
Deployable shield. They're going to be on the defense here. The Americas pushing uphill. There's
wait a second, Dave. Padrino with an actual opportunity here. He's gotten 2 knocks. They're going for the flushes. These are points. He needs to heal, though. If he can survive and take at least 1 more member down, this is huge for the other remaining member of La Familia to maybe get a res.
Noah's done the play zone. Noah.
Oh, no, Noah. Not like this. And Padrino, I believe, now the last one alive. Nope, still 2 up. Team from Noah with only 1 left, running towards the edge of the blue, trying to clear it out. I mean, this is very heads up. Padrino doing the absolute best he can. This aggression is what is needed. They need to find every point in the circle. That's going to be a knock. It's just 1 member now down to the Americas. And La Familia might actually be doing this, but no, Padrino goes down. They did get a res on the other side of this, so at the very least, there's still a duo here, Dave, but this is do or die right now.
Angry was getting fed up with Padrino right there, but Padrino able to catch the attention of everybody. His teammates from behind with the wraparound, able to secure another
goodness.
point.
And if you are Seven Nations Army right now, you are sweating bullets, hoping that Instinct takes them out immediately. It's going to be Nudes, the first one to come here. The only one left, actually, from the Machine Gun Nest. Getting into the thick of things, shooting in the smoke, trying to find whatever he can.
Still alive.
Still alive somehow.
Are they going to get Padrino up?
I don't know.
Padrino's crawling.
I think they really want to, and that would be an absolutely massive... Oh, but the nade! From Sam, it's Instinct finally striking. They were sitting on the outside. They didn't have to do anything. They were just watching this all unfold.
Instincts looking for the back-to-back-to-back here, Godspeed.
I think, as we said, they might get it, and they do! You asked me, do you think Instinct is going to be able to do it? And I said, I think so.
You did say that.
I said, I think so.
You did say that. The back-to-back here. Instincts representing, as we heard in that interview, representing Mexico.
Oh, yeah.
Coming into day number 2, making sure to stamp their ticket to the grand finals.
And honestly, what an impressive way of doing so. On the second day, on the last day of groups, they won 3 back-to-back-to-back games. But of course, you know what I want to do? I want to give a massive shout out to the teams that didn't qualify. La Familia was so close. A little more aggression maybe would have helped, but they had such a good run at the end. They tried to make it happen, and they're just still short.
Team from Noah as well.
And team from Noah, man.
Very close. They were on the cusp here coming into this match, and they did everything in their power to get these elite points when things didn't go their way. They continued to survive. Noah was able to get enough credits to get Sixless back into the game, and Sixless was able to snake it out a little more towards the end, but was eventually spotted. So I really did appreciate watching Team from Noah here in this final match.
Yep, but I also want to give a shout out to the teams that did qualify, like the Americas, Dave. I mean, that was the team that you had talked about earlier.
The only person who picked them, by
you know
the
what?
way.
I'll give you the stage. You want to say anything for picking that one, for talking?
No,
to
that's
me?
it.
Okay,
That's it. The only person. That's it.
Okay, well, Americas did an amazing job as well, and honestly, the games today have been just, I mean, they've just been magical, Dave.
So, A versus B, though, with what we saw from Instincts today, can they match up to 4 3-points?
That's actually a really good question. I think so. In the way that Instincts played today, I honestly think that they showcased a lot of growth. I mean, as Luke had pointed out, one of our awesome statisticians, I'm not even going to try to say that word. He does stats. Luke does the stats, and they improved by 40% just in the grand finals in day 1. In the second day, I feel like they were absolutely on fire, and quite frankly, Instincts looks like the team that probably out of Group B would do the best against Group A.
Okay, Cyril. Firm handshakes right there. That's it for the commentators. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the post-show after the break. Don't go anywhere.
We were looking for it yesterday, but today we got our three-peat. Blaze, Cam, we had a really exciting 3 matches here in Group B. We were wondering how it was all going to turn out when the teams started mixing stuff up, but now we're sitting here at the end of Group B, and we have our top 4. Blaze, you were taking us through that action all through the day. What did you see here?
You know, when it came down to this group, we just saw pure perfection coming out of here from Instinct. You know, today we say, oh, well, the placements are going to be flipping back and forth. We're going to have some exciting action at the end, and it was exciting, but the placements didn't jump around as much as we thought they were. It was Instinct absolutely shutting down the lobby and saying that, hey, you know what? We saw what 4 free points can do in Group A. We want everyone to know in the new state community that we are here to contend for that grand prize.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and shout out to Noah as well for at least attempting on that final game to try and mix up the lobby. I'm not quite sure why he dropped Violent by Nature rather than Seven Nations Army, but as you just saw, Seven Nations Army didn't have the greatest game of their own. But yeah, as you can see what you're just saying, Blaze, here at the end, Instinct, they just took over the whole situation. La Familia had a good opportunity. They had a really good defense there, but they just barely missed out on the timing on being able to get the revives and restabilize themselves. Good call, good awareness by Instinct to know exactly when they'd have the opportunity to swoop on in and just make sure to shut the entire thing down.
And, you know, I'll give a little credit to Machine Gun Ness as well. I love they played that last matchup a little bit too late, you know, when it comes down to it. But, hey, you know, they improved.
Well, we talked about the group of death being Group A. We were a little lukewarm on Group B, I gotta say, jumping into it. But every single one of these teams proved how they made it here to the grand final. Now, of course, only 4 teams are going on. We're taking a look at the standing right now. And, yeah, we're taking a look at it again because, take it home, boys. Make a little mental map here. I know you guys have been predicting all weekend long, but we are now at our top 8, our bottom 8. And I do want to stress that our bottom 8 are still going home with some incredible prizes. We have a great tournament here, and everyone is going to be rewarded for all the work they've put in. So as we say goodbye to our teams today, you know, don't feel too sad.
Yeah, don't feel too sad. You know, coming into this tournament, you know, the last place team got $2,000 in their pocket. You know, you come in at 9th, hey, that's $6,000, okay? So it is going to, you know, the hard work in which these teams put in, did equate to more money, and we'll see that break down in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to make it to this point anyway, into the grand finals of the new state mobile mashup, exactly. They had to play through 3 open qualifiers and then 3 standalone influencer events as well to qualify. So the fact that they get rewarded for showing up here is definitely a good thing.
It is.
Yeah, and again, it's our first tournament in New State Mobile, so let's take a look at the top 8 teams who have defined themselves at the beginning of this incredible esport.
Man, look at that lineup of teams, Rachel. My God, talk about the talent that we're going to have in that grand finals lobby. Woo, that's wild.
Yeah, there are definitely some teams that we for sure expected to show up. I don't need to say it once again, but I'm going to for free points. The Panthers made it in the end. Team Sanity showing up. They were a little bit of that dark horse. We didn't know which version would show up. America is looking good. Violent by Nature is looking good. But then a couple of teams like Strangers BED, Seven Nations Army, and then even a little bit of Instinct that Instinct weren't looking bad in the qualifiers, but they definitely weren't one of the shoo-ins, I would say. So we get a mixed bag here going into the final 8 tomorrow. I think it's going to make for a continuation of this exciting event.
Absolutely, and we touched on it just before, Blaze, but let's take a look at the prizing that our top 16, well, bottom 8 teams are taking home, because they're putting that in their pockets today, and they're going to be chilling and enjoying the finals with us tomorrow. That's a very, very nice prize pool there for playing some esports.
And the 2 things to note is that Syntax and La Familia's performance coming into day 2 got them 4 more grand put into their pocket.
Nice.
Because if they would have played like they played yesterday, it would have been a hot 2 grand in their pocket. So that performance definitely paid off.
Yeah, especially Syntax as well, because they came in today with 8 points, and they ended up with a tiebreaker to not make it into the top 4. So even though the way that I just set it up, it almost sounds like they just barely missed out on even more money, which might be the case. But still, they did, as you say, they did level up from 2 to 6K. At the very least, they get rewarded for the performance that they had today.
Absolutely. And Cam, you know, they did move out on some big money here, because let's take a look at what our top 8 teams are fighting for. We've got a lot on the line. This is a $200,000 prize pool and $50,000.
Ooh, like, and the one thing to take away from this is the jumps in prize money per placing. As we go through every single game tomorrow for the grand finals, players are going to be earning that extra cash money in their pocket. And, you know, every kill is going to be so important. Probably about $500 a kill in some situations, all right? And that just kind of lightly sets the stakes for tomorrow.
Yeah, $500 a kill, and then if you've got the highest kill count at the end of the weekend, Cam, what happens?
You get an extra special prize of $5,000 extra dollars, and if you're a nice team player, nice teammate, maybe you share that with your team.
Not with the idea.
I said if.
If you get the frags, you take the check.
Who sets you up for the frags?
Listen,
No, hold up, okay.
entry fraggers are great, but they have their opportunity.
Yo, if Sam stays in the top, okay, if he wants to split the money with his teammates, by all means, go for it. But, bro, that's your check. You keep that check, okay? You the number one
I didn't
player.
say split all of it. Cut off half of it and let them split that. You keep 50% of it. I think that's a decent split for being supported by some great teammates.
It'll make you a good teammate, all right?
Listen, well, it's kind of like the pun bounty on the desk. Whoever makes the most puns here is taking home $5,000.
Wait, that's
definitely
a thing?
not sharing it. Yeah.
I am way behind then.
Oh,
well, you better get your instincts.
You better lower that expectation for sharing as well.
Yeah, you know what? He's burning in silence, okay? Just let him be.
Well, I put you guys head-to-head, too, in a little bit of a competition. We had you predict which teams were going to make it to our final 8 on Sunday. And I gotta say, you both did an admirable job. But one of you did way better than the other one.
Oh, okay. It's not way better.
Like, so much better.
No, it's a little better.
Slightly,
Like a lot
as you guys are currently looking at my predictions on your board, and I didn't predict Boohoo's game to come in, but hey, they was close. All right, Group A was the closest. In Burn and Silence, they had a better day today, but they didn't get it done. And I did say before, man, if I could have changed it up, Seven Nations Army, they would have been in there, and they had a great one. But hey, 6 out of 8, not bad for my first rodeo.
Yeah, I gotta say, and the ones you missed, like, they're so close, but he's only 2. Taking a look at Cam's predictions now, too. Where? Ow!
Are we playing tic-tac-toe?
Oh, terrible.
Yeah, I thought we were playing New State, okay?
Hey, that's a good connection there. At least there's a good connection there, right? Listen. Okay, it's only one. I don't know why the camera's deciding to show me on this one. It's one less. I'm only 1 point behind Blaze on this one. I think our predictions both were pretty admirable.
They were, Cam.
So, yeah, it's all fair. It's all fun. Honestly, if you want to be mad at anyone, be mad at Noah, because we don't even get the continuation of the Wynnsanity Noah face-off in the final 8. So that's what we should be focusing on, not me.
All right, we're gonna. You know what? You'll connect with the check later, okay? And Noah's gonna connect with all of us and give us his thoughts. Hopefully, you can catch that on the YouTube. But you know, hey, a great day, Cam, and you know, you'll get me next time, brother.
Yeah, and I do want to say, if you're a fan of Noah, his team, and their gameplay, Noah is an excellent content creator for New State. So I would go check out his videos. I think he is Noah on YouTube.
Yeah, he is.
A lot of great players in this tournament. Sad to see half of them wrapping it up for today. Hope we see more of them in the future of New State. But gentlemen, we are definitely going to see you guys tomorrow, and I'm going to be here too. But anything you want to say to all the fans between now and when we kick off our top 8 tomorrow?
Well, you know, for me, I say make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for the broadcast, because if anything from today, if today showed us anything, is that tomorrow our players are going to get better from everything in which they've learned. The action has just been rising throughout the weekend, so you don't want to miss out on that one.
Yeah, ultimately, 4 free points. They look like they were smurfing for a large portion of their Group A.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be quite so easy tomorrow. Not only do we have, of course, Sanity, who have been going mostly blow for them this entire time. We saw the rise of Panthers, and then we're also including teams like Americas into the mix. So I'm hoping that it's going to be a lot more aggression coming in tomorrow than what we saw from a couple of the rounds the past 2 days. And I really just wanted to go back and forth, Giants clashing.
Yeah, that is going to be fun.
More snipes, more aggro, more gameplay. We are going to have so much more action when we kick off the show tomorrow with our final 8 here at the New State Mobile Mashup Grand Final. Till then, I'm Seltzer, and I'll see you tomorrow.